Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. Chicken one, chicken two. Mm, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a connected down epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, please consider supporting my work. All the links will be at the bottom of the description after the live. And if you get anything of importance out of my artwork that you see. Chicken! I got pyramids, fun stuff, paintings, all that fun stuff. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you can see my fantastic art display and talent. Yay. And lastly, 3D memberships is a really good way to help this channel out and support it and all that I do. So you guys get channel member perks like Oracle reading videos and free entries to my raffle. And I don't know what to raffle off for next month. So I will let you all know when I figure it out. Hi, Scott. Hi, Arnie. Hi, Charlene. I ran, not walked, ran down here. Hi, Eric. Ran down here. Um, I had a day. It wasn't bad, but I had a day. Had a day. Um, I know Alexander Quinn put out a post about the large energy that hit Earth today, early this morning. Yes. Yes. So, yes, we'll get into that. Um, Hi, Ishmaya. Hi, Roger. So, we had tornado. I just took zinc. So, so let's get to this. I have a sinus infection again. Okay, but us thus said, Texas and Oklahoma, take your damn dust back. The other day we had a naders, lots of naders. So not only did a nader hit not that far away from me, like the couple of storms ago. Yeah, no, there was it hit it the one before this big storm literally hit near Viking's house. That's not that far away from me. Hey, Sparky. Then the other day, Gary, Indiana, which is not that far from me either, got hit by really bad tornadoes. So, though outside of school, when it didn't hit until I got home, you could seriously, it was raining, and then I put my wipers on to clear my windshield. It was dust. It was gross. Nasty. Nasty. My windshield was like, whoop. It looked like mud. Whoop, mud. Whoop, mud. So that's what but it's been up here, but like that storm just like dropped it here. So a lot of this is that because I'm not the only one coughing our brains out. Half my school is probably sick, and I voice is fine. I feel fine. It's just I'm congested. I'm used to it. Um, I had to run to Walgreens earlier because tomorrow In the wee hours in the morning, I got to be up and I had to pack my car when I got home. The folding table, my folding chair, my little cart wheelie guy. I have a vending event tomorrow, so I had to put together everything. Eh. So that's a two-man job and I'm doing it alone. Woo! So that's why I was like, I gotta get myself down here because I have work to do. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi. You guys are great. Hi. Hi, Bob. So, yeah, yeah, Scott, yes, yes. I'll give you my magical day today before we get into energy. So, today was going to be a very wonky Friday. I was in my classroom, my normal classroom today, because I met the child that is going to be very extremely difficult. Adorable. Adorable. Don't get me wrong. Comes with a lot of equipment, but adorable. And it this mm, they better get somebody in my room to help me. That's all I have to say. Adorable. Hi, Blazing. Um, and this is something we'll see. I'm gonna be on Turn the Page with Janine with Arnie, who's in the chat. He's gonna be with me tomorrow. We're gonna go and talk some fun stuff, but I will tackle something here that I'll probably present there too tomorrow. Besides the energies waking me up like an hour before I was supposed to, which wasn't a bad thing. Freya was ravenous. Let's just say I have to really get my telepathic abilities streamlined. They better be coming. They, brain, spirit, Odin cat, we'll go into that too, needs to be streamlined in me. I have a cute little girl, and there's a lot going on there. And I need to be able to tap into her higher self. Hi, Gregory. So I dealt with that all day, training, lifting child, um, just going through tubes and what goes on. It doesn't seem too terrible. I've dealt with this population before. But the problem after debrief, as much as I'm okay with the Board of Ed closing, Trump getting rid of it, the special education was not really put into consideration. And for anybody that had a special needs child growing up, knew of a child growing up with special needs, like the money is spent elsewhere in the States. Um, discussing like the pitfalls of my system here in Indiana, not necessarily New York, but even New York is going to get affected heavily. I want to ask each and every one of you to really put into consideration. They tell you that there's money, but when you close down the Board of Ed and you're not allowing or you're not putting to the states, well, the money has to be, there must be money allocated to special needs children. Some of these children now might not get bused or get the equipment that is necessary in the classroom to teach the said children. There was no avenues of exploration when it came to that, and I'm disappointed in Sir Trump for that. I keep getting told by the people who really don't know, oh, but it's all going to work itself out. Okay, tell me how. If you cut special ed, where deaf, blind, kids in wheelchairs, kids with cerebral palsy, kids with Down syndrome, kids that have feeding tubes, kids that have catheters and other accessories. Please allow me to explain that they need special services. They need nurses in school, and you must pay those nurses for the job that they're doing. This is where the problem and the legalities come in when the nurse can't touch you and this person can't and that person can't and this person can't and that person can't. And then it's left to the person that really shouldn't be touching the kid in a medically induced way. So please explain to me how shutting down a system without having something put in place for special education is a good thing. OT, PT, and speech are usually out of insurance. Please explain to me how these kids are going to get their services. The system did not open up charter in private schools anywhere around here for special needs children. And please tell me around in what area do you guys live in that have those services for free for kids? And Charlene, yes. Well, me and the OT had the PT OT been having this conversation. I put in the perspective in our for normal thinking side, rational side. I'm like, yeah, guess what? There is so much money that these kids are, they come with the kid and it's not given to the kid. So yes, it does need to be audited. Like services, they tell you that they're coming in with money, but that money goes somewhere else. So yes, it definitely needs to stop. Here's the problem though. In the meantime, they cut services for special ed first because they're not receiving federal funding. And that's where a lot of the kids are getting their services from. So when you're not paying for the POT, PT, and speech, when this bus that has to have a wheelchair lift is not provided, and the town or the school system doesn't have the money to buy the special ed school bus or enough of them, and you're not paying the staff enough to get special accommodations to go and get certain certifications or training, these kids are not being serviced. I want these schools to be held accountable for taking the money that belongs to a child and spending it elsewhere. Absolutely. Absolutely. But the special ed systems in these small towns, like the one I'm in, a few of the teachers, they're impartial. They don't really follow politics, but they said, well, next year I'm going to have 45 kids that belong in a lunatic asylum in my room because there's nowhere to put them instead of the 8 that belong in a contained situation. There's not enough. They don't pay people like me enough, or the teachers for that matter. So there was no follow through when it comes to special education and special needs children. You want to include them and put them in a gen ed situation in a school, house them in a school. They still need their services. And no, they should not be left out of the cold. They deserve an education just like anybody else. It needs to be differentiated and made for them to be able to learn. Everybody learns in different ways. Some kids are visual learners, some kids are auditory learners, some kids need different skill sets. Schools should be providing this. But now that they're going all back to the states, we're going to see it doesn't matter what state you live in. You're going to see a lot of another setback for these kids. You're going to see another setback. This was the first setback. Putting this on kids' faces was a setback, major setback. Sending kids and leaving them home with abusive or non-existent parents because they work. Here, shove it on the babysitter. Let's get realistic. Miss McMahon doesn't even know what IDEA is. I wouldn't expect her to. She was a CEO, COO of wrestling. Couldn't imagine she knows anything about education in explicit terms. So not every parent can homeschool their kid. Some parents with special needs kids do need a break. It's exhausting. Kids do need to learn structure and go to school. School building for some of these kids is the safest place they can be for the majority of their day. This is where they're getting fed. This is where they're being warm and they're receiving love because some kids don't even get love at home. So let's not fool ourselves to say, oh, it's all fucking rainbows and sparkle farts because the Patriots won it one way, when in reality, life, maybe in your little reality bubble, is perfect. But not everybody has a perfect rainbow bubble that they could just float in. So I do see the other side's concerns for sure. And that's awesome, Elson, right? The woman that steered me in the right direction with like getting my credentials, and finding the test was the Arkansas University. That woman was so freaking pleasant to talk to. Wasn't a bitch. She's super sweet, and she put me in the right direction. And because of the link she sent me, so that I can find the test I needed to take. I couldn't find that thing for the life of me. She sent me a link and I found it. So Arkansas is on the up and up when it comes to education, but not every state is. Indiana, and it doesn't mean that it's all of Indiana. It's certain towns. I don't know how the rural out here functions, but everything is off of everybody's property tax. You get rid of that, you see the conundrum? I know things are thought out. Trust me. That's why I'm not going to be in special ed next year if I can't help myself. I am going to take a test. I'm going to become an art teacher. I already am putting myself in that room, and I won't have to worry about special ed as much. I will have to teach them art in the room, but I am not going to be underpaid to having a child in a wheelchair that I don't have the materials because the state and the system did not give the right materials to this child. So, yes. And I have already written Linda McMahon a few times because I want to be a paraprofessional advocate. But that's the thing. Do they even read their shit? Their staff does. Nothing has changed. Just being really realistic with everybody. We expect all these things to be succinct and they're not. And there had plenty of time to really investigate all these avenues. Doesn't matter who sits at the helm of a department that's going to collapse. There still needs to be inclusion and there still needs to be avenues of where funding and where these kids are going to get what they need. And yeah, there is wasteful spending. I'm not saying there isn't. And that's probably why I'm not getting what I get. But it breaks my heart. Looking at my room today, I had to rearrange again for a child. We're waiting on equipment and it's on loan. I'm hoping my spring break is last week of March and the early first part of April. So I'm hoping to get a lot of my studying done then because it's kind of like right now I do flashcards. So I'm not actually sitting there to memorize. I just for me the memorization comes when I'm repetitively looking at a term and flipping it back and forth and then putting it down. And I do that each and every day. I still have to learn camera settings. I mean, I know how to use a camera, but they're asking like detailed questions with the math and stuff when it comes to a camera and video cameras, and digital photography, laser engraving, um, stuff I've never tackled. So I have to also learn terms in printmaking. I did silk screening, but I never did printing. So I have to learn a lot of hi Miss B. I have to learn a lot of terms and like how it's applied. Um so far I'm not doing too bad. I'm so excited. It's coming up. Yes. It's coming up. So I'm hoping I mean I can't I have to get the test done by May, June latest. Um I go in for an interview. Okay. My birthday is in April. It's April 16th. I think break, I go back on April 7th. And I think by my birthday week, I might have an interview with my principal for the job. What I'm going to do is print out the curriculum that I'm writing, is samples of projects, work on that during the break where I have to go get some construction paper and start making my examples with the lesson plan and put a binder together and present it to my principal. So that way I have all my shit covered. And then if I'm hired, I'd start in August. I would be on salary. Yay. Um, the test is from elementary to high school. So it covers all grades. all grades. So the test, when I went to high school, we had photography, we had sculpture, and then we had an art class. So sculpture was like clay in the kiln and glazing and all that stuff, and using armature to make like figures and stuff. And then in photography, I never took the photography class. They had a dark room in my high school. So I don't know anything about it because I never took it. And then when I went to college, you had to send your stuff to a photo place anyway because they had to make slides. Anybody remember slides? I had to make slides and put it in a machine to show my work because Photoshop just came out. Final Cut Pro was in its infancy when I was in college. So all this stuff has accelerated in the last 20 years. And unless I do it, I don't use it. So there's a lot of information I am now learning, terms and stuff. Yes, but they all have to take the same test, whether they're a photographer. So if I wanted to teach photography in school, let's just say I'm a photographer, and I would still have to take the same test that I'm taking now. And I would have to learn art history, I would have to learn terms of painting and every other thing. So it's broad. What's nutty, in junior high school, I made a clock out of acrylic. I made a clock. I made a hat. I made a face. I did a book binding. I made a book, like a notepad book. So I learned how to bind a book. We had Morse code, typewriting on a typewriter. That was that class. We had cooking in junior high school. I took sign language in junior high, junior. We had a lot of cool stuff. Uh, I bring my study materials to work in praying that during my lunch period I could just go through my cards. It's kind of hard because of this child that is coming into my classroom and having to prepare for that child. Um, so it's been rough getting a study point in. Um, After I get home, I'm usually eating something and then I'm doing a video, or the last week I've been preparing for this show, which I need because I need income and I need to put myself out there. You never know who will come into to these places and they might offer me something. I don't know, putting the energy out there. Let's attract good for me. Oh, fuck. All right. Schumann residence time. What's in my butt? Fun. My butt pocket. Sorry, not my ass. Nothing good's coming out of that. Okay, before I show you the Schumann residence, I'm not a good test taker, Roger. That's my problem. I don't take tests very well. That's a dyslexia and it's on a computer screen, so that's my problem as well. Because I need adjustments. Oh, thank you, Miss B. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. You're getting cute little boxy emojis. You're getting cats in a box. Because we love you. Welcome. So the child really has a hard time, like she could see light. So she's responding to light. And in a few times, her soul was reading me. And she saw my aura. I know I'm supposed to have this kid. I know it. It's a challenge. It's a huge test. I'm supposed to help her in some way energetically. So the reason why I'm bringing that up, we quantum shifted. I don't know if you guys could see that. We quantum shifted. We're still spiking. So this is the shift right here. This is ongoing. Ongoing. Roger, I'm going to take the test and I'm going to ace it, or I'm going to have to take it again. I'm not worried about that. Um, I just know myself with taking stuff. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to not perpetuate some falsehood about myself. Like that's a flaw of mine that I work on. Trust me. Um, but I know I'm not the best at taking tests, but I'm going to work my butt off to get passing grade. Let's talk about this energy. That quantum leap, we were preparing for that leap the last few weeks. I know many of us in the chat have not been sleeping, or we're sleeping in weird patterning. I know I'm weird patterning. Like I'm zonking out about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Yeah, last night I was up a little later. It was Roger, you're the best though. Um, the kids, because I spent a lot of time with my assistant principal today. I happened to be in a job interview, not for myself, but for someone else that might potentially be in my room. And then she had to come into my room for my meeting and training. And let's just say her response to the energy is the fact that the kids were batshit crazy this week, and it's the truth. Um, I'm not sure what there's a lot going on with the child. And just because of disclosure, I can't discuss, like, I don't have a diagnosis. I didn't read her paperwork. But there's a lot going on neurologically. So when she came into my room, her body is overly stimulated with electrical. Her brain is all day long. There's no resting. There's no normal brain signal. It all cross firing and 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 firing. when I got to hold her, she seemed calmer because I was taking in her energy. Hi, Ivy. How are you feeling, Ivy? So the energy, especially for kids neurodivergent and have neurological, they're going crazy, crazy. Or the other offshoot to that is that they're calm because the vibration and the frequency of the ether is leveling some of these kids out while other kids are going cray cray. So, how are you guys feeling? Do you feel a surge or do you feel drained? Today, I was pretty good. Yesterday, on the other hand, before this quantum leap, holy, that was yesterday. Hard, kind of hard to see. Yeah, two here, over here. You can barely see it. My legs are bruised to Kingdom Come. It was nutty. Chicken, 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 chicken. I always like to have the preview of the middle finger right there. Oh, that's good, Miss B. I'm really hoping that this set of that this blackout and in the quantum leap wheel as a humanity took because we were ready for it. Um, so most of us, I feel great today, besides just the little cough and the stuff coming out. I mean, I'm fine. Um, mm. So energetically wise, do you feel very like energy wise high, or do you feel like need to sleep? That's all dependent upon what is being upgraded in your body, and we're all being upgraded differently. I just want to put that out there. I had some heart fluctuations yesterday. I don't know if I caught that on video when I was reading Blavatsky. Like I was not just going through like the coughing, like my heart was skipping a bunch. We're etherically upgrading, and our upgrades are hitting us differently because each part of us have to purge different things out of our chemical body. We're chemical. Yesterday I was very sleepy, and while I was listening to We Not Me while getting dismantling my where I hang all my little signs. I had to dismantle it so that I could put it up at the junior high. So I had a lot of stuff. I had to get the table out and the tablecloth and boxes and putting things. What do I want to sell? So I was doing a lot of that yesterday. Um, Listening. Yeah, so Arnie, we took a quantum leap as a humanity. Individually, most of us moved on to a different timeline. So I'm already having, I don't want to call them premonitions because my story hasn't yet been solidified in the timeline just yet. But I know I feel a shift in time and change. Yesterday, no one knew what day it was. Today, the same thing. Everybody's doing the IEP paperwork and like, oh wait, what day is today? Like, uh, time and space has delineated big time, huge. And the energy that is coming in is a huge shift, huge shift. I think you're still purging Ash Maya. And it's a lot of electrical in what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling, it's a lot of electrical changes going into the neurological system. Because I've noticed a lot of the kids who like the kid that this came from and a lot of my leg bruising, because I it seriously, if I could videotape or do a meme, it's like if anybody had ever been to a heavy metal concert and it's a mosh pit, but there are people warming up, getting themselves like ready to um one of my children had that yesterday all day. All the whole time he was in school. He was nonstop kicking and so we had that yesterday. A lot of kids were picking up on the electrical signals. And you can't see those things. You feel it. I know yesterday I had to go and do a lot of grounding. A lot of grounding. And the fact that Indiana and the Midwest had some really bad storms during the week. I mean, Gary got hit, and that's not far from me. And then my town got hit, and then the dust from Oklahoma and Texas take it back. And I saw chemtrails again today. And I'm like, okay, wait, I'm not thinking bad thoughts. I'm not thinking bad thoughts. Let's transmute it. Give it love. Give it love. Give it love. Every time I saw a little line in the sky, I'm sending you love. Hi, Callie. Sending it love. So we're being hit hard right now. And the next like day or two, be kind to yourself. I'm trying to be kind to myself. But make sure you're doing something for yourself in terms for grounding, whether that be when you take a shower. And again, you don't have to take spiritual work should not be a chore. Should not be a chore. It should be incorporated in your everyday experience. What do I mean by this? So in the shower, I take my Bluetooth speaker, I put some pure tone hertz on, and I put it on loud and I am vibrating my tub that I'm standing in and letting the water wash through me. And as the water is hitting me, I'm doing my visualizations. And I'm allowing all the water to drip down me and I'm watching in my mind all the gunk, all the negative energy, all the things that no longer serve me go down the drain. This does not require much out of your day because you're going to take a shower anyway, I would hope. Or whenever you do take a shower. I know not everybody showers every day. Um, to each your own. And Do you boo? But make sure when you are doing your stuff, your everyday brushing your teeth, look in the mirror and in your mind say, I love you. You're worth it today. You're courageous. Conquer this motherfucking day like a badass. Whatever you need to do, get your spiritual work in during the day, doing your everyday tasks. To sit here and I forgot what hands to do. I love meditating, so I don't mind sitting on a lawn chair in the middle of my yard and doing that. I don't mind going to my tree and hugging it and leaning on it and making myself look cray cray. Don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. That's why El Sunray, yes, it make it a habit, but when you're just starting out, seriously, you guys, when you just start out doing affirmations, and you don't have to do some crazy ones. I have videos on this, on the spiritual soul advices. This I got a Five Below. Today I live in the present. Today I will start with a smile. I am in control of my attitude. You can get these cute little cards with really nice affirmations. They're small. They're for a whole big stack of them. Seriously, there's more. A whole nice stack of these beautiful words. Today I am mindful. Today I know deep in my heart and soul that happiness and self-worth are within me. These little things, if you pull a card a day and read it out loud, you did some of your spiritual work. $5. Arnie, if you're still there, do you have affirmation cards? I'm a big subscriber to those. I have not done my garden just yet, only because I don't think we're done with fall spring. Even though, hi, happy spring, everybody. I don't think we're done up here with the snow and the cold. Um, I want to start planting, but if the weather is going to go cray cray up here like it has been, I had 4 seasons the other day. 4 seasons in one day. It was sunny. It was really cold in the morning. It was like 28 degrees. And then it shot up to like 60 something degrees. And then all of a sudden it started getting really, really windy, whippy, mother effing nasty. And then it was like 70. And then it like tornadoed. And then all of a sudden, an hour or two later, it started snowing. Snowing. This morning I had to chop ice off my car. And now it's like nice out. Auntie Amy, take your dust back from Indiana. It's calling. It's saying, hi, Oklahoma. Please take your dust back. We don't want it up here. We don't want your dust. Um, how current is this? Yeah, I have to say that when you can incorporate, see, like this energy is high octave, high intensity, high. And if you're not doing your work, and your work doesn't require actual physical labor, it's going to the tree outside, it's observing nature, that's your homework. It's self-reflection. But if you're not there yet, that's okay. You don't have to ask her why questions. But when you are doing some of the beginning stages of your spiritual work, ego death, you're going to be in a ball in the fetal position. I know me and Scott Pace went had beautiful conversations because we were very similarly going through ego death. And there's many facets to your ego that has to die. It's not just the outer layer that projects to the outer world your personality. Your ego is multifaceted. Hi, Rob. Um, there's multiple ego deaths. It's not just the one and done. Nothing is one and done in spiritual land. So for me, all my mirrors, because I'm one that creates a lot of portals to other things that I don't want to bring through, but they come through anyway because they need help and they're a test for me. But I put beautiful like window decals, but they're for mirrors. Like you are courageous. I am beautiful. I am confident. I am worthy. All of those things, if you start doing that each and every day and making that, or look, guys, I put affirmation cards on my fridge. If you ask Dina, she's been to my house. My refrigerator is stockpiled with oracle cards and beautiful affirmation cards. Why? Because every time I open up the refrigerator, my unconscious is seeing the cards and it relays back into my mind positive things. It's positive feeding of my brain. When I'm looking in the mirror, when I'm half awake and brushing my teeth in the morning, my brain is still processing everything it's seeing. I might not focus on it, but my eyes are seeing it. It's reflected back in me. I want positive things in my day to reflect back into my subconscious. Bye, Kelly. Thank you for supporting and coming. And I want to say that I heard the news that Jason's going to go live when I'm live for Craft and Sift. I am still doing Craft and Sift. Um, don't worry, I'm not judging where you go. Um, not at all. Just going to put that one out there that Jason's deciding to do another show on Tuesday. Um, so I will still be here. I am not moving around my days. I only changed my Wednesday to a Tuesday because I actually enjoy watching Corey, Doc, and Amy. You see, Roger, we're supposed to actually feel that you're gonna hit the chicken winner dinner. Hi, Kim. Kim, I'm gonna send out your stuff on Monday. I'm hoping on Monday. Um, I couldn't get to the post office today. And tomorrow I am not available when they're open. I'll be in a junior high school, hopefully making some money, crossing my fingers, and something, at least getting a connection somewhere. So Monday I'm gonna put your Scully out in the mail. Uh, I would have had it earlier. Unfortunately, shit's just bananas. But I want you guys this because the energy is so intense. I mean, yesterday I was having a hard time talking and reading because I just spirit. And even today, I had a lot of spirit with me when this child was in my room. Um, so I know I'm supposed to be with this kid for whatever the reason is. I don't know. But I'm supposed to energetically help this kid. I'm fine with that. It's just the other stuff that everybody was projecting on me that I'm like, stop. But let's get back to Roger's statement there, because I think it's very important to go through this. When you wake up and you start finding your spiritual self, you keep going deeper. The reason why most of us chose to be human and be in third density is because this is the only density that we feel to the extent that we do. And through the feeling, this is the only place that we can process the feeling to completely let it go. When you move up in density, it gets harder to tackle the negative because it fades away. But you still have your karma and your other things that you need to learn. You're learning it now in the hardest density, in the hardest where you're the most, because this actually helps Gaia ascend and you ascend quicker. Oh, thank you. I there's like 65 vendors. It's in the junior high school. It's like literally 2 blocks down from me. Around the corner, 2 blocks down from me, but it's very close. Um, I'm gonna wear my Pirate Nation shirt. Hi, I work for the school system. Hi. But I'm really hoping that I'm not putting, I am bringing my pyramids, but I'm not bringing my expensive stuff. I'm bringing the least expensive things only because it's for kids and for the families, and not many people have, I don't know, maybe they do. I don't know. Every other vending event I have done, I've usually made over $130. The last one I made 160, which is not bad. Not the greatest, but not bad. So I do get a return in my investments. But more than anything else, I'm more looking for connections for other people that are doing what I'm doing, that may have events or have a shop or have something that they could say, hey, do you want to do consignment? Give us here, I'll give you a set price. I'll buy this stuff. Or if someone sells it, I'll get a little cut and you can take the rest. I'm okay with that. But I don't have those connections just yet I put myself out there to certain stores in and around my vicinity, but business is hard as it is. Hi, Corinne. What's up? So going through your spiritual evolution, it's going to be extremely, extremely painful. It's not pretty. When me and Viking had the issue last year, that was ugly, but necessary because I went through one of my biggest, deep, darkest nights of the soul. I went through the dark night of the soul like a son of a bitch. That was painful. That actually physically hurt. That was a lot of releasing. That was a lot of having to heal. That was beyond painful for me. Spiritual awakening is painful. It causes you to relive trauma. It causes you to revisit shit that you don't want to revisit. Why? Because it's necessary to move forward. It's shedding your old self. It's taking the stuff that you grew up with, the stuff that you have acquired along the way, that big, heavy luggage, and literally letting it go. Bye-bye. But you have to work through the pain. You have to work through the crying. Men out there, I give you permission to cry. You all need to cry. You need to let it flow out of you. You have to release it. You have to vent. Get it out of you. Write it down, however your process is to feeling better. Spiritual awakening is painful. It's not some fucking flashlight and a genie in a bottle coming out and saying, hey, I'm going to grant you 3 wishes. Hi. It's not that. It's a lot of difficult work that you have to put in to understand thyself. I know a few people have gone back to my earlier 3-year ago videos. I am way more advanced in the spiritual understanding and knowing, and my channeling has gotten way better in 3 years. Absolutely, outside right. Yes, I have done that myself. I have looked back on my theme. This is what I've been exploring recently is my theme. Okay. So what's up in my astrology is everything is in my career and finance house and relationships. So I'm being asked with the retrograde. Yes, we're in Mercury retrograde. Hi, fuck life. I am having to revisit all the things that I thought I faltered on in my career. Like, why haven't I ever been successful in the 3D normie type of definition? I've never been successful if I were to put it in 3D terms, materialistic terms. And let's just say, oh, I'm Morticia Adams. My family dubbed me Morticia Adams. I fit the role beautifully. Love it. Hi, Barbara. I fit Morticia Adams perfectly. But I am the black sheep. But being the black sheep is the one who is ending the curses of your linear, your astral lines. Your wavelengths, your concurrent selves that are over there playing out of the roles, you're healing them. You're healing them. Oh, thank you, Charlene. This is my divine mission. This is one of my roles. My role is to help explain my process of evolution. Not to say that your evolution is going to look anywhere near mine. It's not. But the similarities that are going on with everybody, as we can see, some of you are very tired, some of you are very energetic, or just you're fine. You're great. The energy is fucking bombarding us, and you're doing great. That's all we need. You woke up, you're here, great. Every day is a blessing. But even if you transpire and transcend, you're still going to be fine. It's going to be okay. But it's painful. I had to healing. I have always described healing as the lotus unfolding. So each unfoldment brings you another layer until the lotus fully opens. Your healing journey starts off with the first question of the why. Why did this happen to me? Why was that asshole a jerk? Why is this happening? There's your first spud. You open it up a little bit and you look at a little deeper at the perception of, okay, let me replay this, how I viewed it unfold. And another layer comes open. Okay, let me see it from their perspective. More of the layers open. In each of these layers, you're seeing things unfold until you get to a neutral point where you're looking down and seeing it all unfold for as it is, for what it is, without a judgment, bias, or perception of your own brain. You're just looking at how people are going about their business. That takes practice to do that, by the way, because we're all loaded with our own programming, our biases, and our judgments about why someone hurt us. Why was he an asshole? Or why was she a bitch? Then you take the neutral standpoint. So the lotus isn't going anywhere right now. What did I contract this person in my life for? Why did I assign this person to hurt me? What was the lesson this person taught me or this situation taught me? What can I finally forgive and let go as the lotus unfolds for its full flowering? Then you know you healed. When you no longer have an attached emotion to an event that happened that traumatized you or hurt you or caused you any inner deep hurt, when you unfold that process, the unlayering of the lotus is first starting off with your why question, then digging deeper into yourself to go, oh, okay. Then you kind of start coming up here and going, okay, wait, I said this and that. They did this and that. Another layer opens and goes, okay, wait. What was the lesson? What was this there in my life for? Do I need to feel hurt anymore? Do I need to blame them anymore? If I chose them to do something to me to wake me up in some capacity, what did they wake me up for? Once I understand that I assigned somebody to do a hurt to me or do something to me to cause me to have a feeling, what was the lesson there? What was the teaching? What was I supposed to get out of that? Once you get that answer, you can forgive slowly or fast, depending on you, and letting it go because now that clears room out for something else to take its place. Old self go bye-bye. Bye. Oh, Miss B, Miss B. This is one of my journals. This entire book is a journal. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 above me on my top shelf of my desk. And I have 17 upstairs that I have written in the last couple of years, but I haven't kept up with my journaling. I used to journal every day. Yes. On my TikTok, and I have a lot of those clips in YouTube videos form. I would write, I am sorry to myself for allowing me and blah, 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 blah. I honor myself. Currently, the frequency is 7.90 for Gaia. That's high. Scott? No. Maybe someone else. No. Let's just say I wouldn't want someone to I would talk about the process of how I have not taken my life, but majority of those books are extremes in not wanting to be on this earth plane anymore. And how I used to see demons, the devil, the void, the ghosts, the aliens, and all the relationships of failedness. Yeah. I love Ho'oponopono, but I also want to say that don't say this is just me personally. I like to change up what I do. I don't do everything every day. I'm always clearing and protecting my energy every day. That's a part of my daily routine. When I go into the shower, I am visualizing the gold. I am visualizing everything healing within my cells. And I put the frequency music on in the shower so that I am the frequency and the waves are affecting the water and my body at the same time. So the beautiful thing about having all these tools is that you could choose what is working for you in the moment. I love Ho'oponopono because that is just bringing yourself back to center. for me, it brings me back to center. So I do use that technique quite often. If I can't get my grounding to happen with sage and lighting a candle and just sitting and relaxing, and if the shower didn't work, I'll take a bath. But if the bath doesn't work, I'll go outside. Sometimes I need to dance. Or I have my shamanic drum and I start drumming or playing my chimes because you need your everybody's energy needs to move differently. So I love the fact that there are so many facets and avenues you can go down to and explore what works for you, because what works for me might not work for you. And I know basic grounding techniques and grounding mats, they sometimes work, but they don't always work for me. I hold a higher frequency and voltage of electric in my body. I mean, I proved it using the voltmeter. Oh, I totally understand you, Charlene. Hi, Christina. Hi, Love Bug. Coffee's grounding me. Coffee grounds me so well. So well. Yeah, so the energy is very high. Um, I would say in the next couple of hours, if you can get outside at least, I know it's not the nicest by me right now with the weather, and I wouldn't put my feet on Oklahoma and Texas dust that hit the ground here yesterday and the day before. Um, so grounding by a tree is great. If you want to walk out barefoot, this is the time to do it. I know right before I came on, I ran outside and did my tree thing and kind of put my feet on the ground to get that fresh breath of air. I highly recommend doing it if you can. If you live in a city, just connect with nature. You don't I hate the negative that Debbie Downers. Well, you live in a city, everything's concrete. You can't ground. Yes, you can. You can ground in meditation. You don't. Mm-mm. Not everybody has a piece of nature to go ground on. I know in New York, it's hard to go find a place unless you live by me. And I could drive to the beach and go ground in the ocean. It was beautiful. But people in Manhattan don't always have that avenue, even though there are beaches and stuff. I, mm, mm. So you got Central Park, you got Madison Square Park, and the playground, but there are millions of trees. It doesn't matter if it's in natural ground or in created ground, just ground. You could dance, Tai Chi, Qigong, slow movements, methodical movements. If you don't know how to go about it, YouTube. And it doesn't need to be perfect. I can tell you right now, all of us have something in our bodies that doesn't function properly. And you're not going to have the best posture. Like that's why I don't do yoga. I can dance. I can point my feet, my little feeties. I was a ballerina, so I'm very flexible still, not as much as I would like to be, but I like to dance. I like to flow my energy through movement. Does it need to be perfect? No. Um, so the one thing I will say, I watch because I'm a little mental up here when it comes to parasites. I'm a little mental. Um, my half brother, I have siblings. I'm the oldest, but we're all half. They're not my full. They're half brothers and sisters. My brother, my only brother, had necrotizing fasciitis. He had the skin eating bacteria, and my effing goodness, he showed me pictures, and it was near his goodies. That poor guy. I'm very, very, very particular when I'm taking my shoes off in nature where I'm actually planting my feet because your skin does absorb. Just be mindful of where you're putting your feet. Just say. I'm also very, very, very conscious of ticks. Not afraid of them. Yes, my brother lives in Georgia, and he had necrotizing fasciitis. Don't know how he got it, but he showed me some pictures. It was devastating. Um, because I have dancer's feet, don't ever ask a ballerina to take her shoes off because no foot fetishes around here. My feet are goddamn disgusting just because of the calluses that I had built up over years of dancing and bunion. I do have one. Actually, I have socks on, so I don't mind showing you. I have a bunion right there. I have a very, very, very high arch. I have a big foot, but I have bunion, and then my feet curl in because my foot was shoved in there. Oh, I did that tattoo by myself. Nothing on that side. Hang on. I'll show you my tattoos. I did the lettering in there. You can barely see it. It's all blown up. And then on this side, I did, oh, that's my middle finger. I did this one all by myself. That's the scleroderma logo. And that's for my dad. I need a lot of tattoos. I need a tattoo fund. I need a tattoo fund. I have freckles. It's hard to see in this light. I have freckles. So, yes, I used to tattoo. I tattooed myself. I have one on my back, and I will not show the one on my I have a tramp stamp. And it has my Hebrew name. And the only reason why I put that on my back because of how um so I have like five tattoos. Oh yeah, I do. I do. I Odin, but look, my mom is owed a tattoo, my adoptive mom, because I have my dad on one side and my mom is supposed to be on the other, but tattoos cost money. And certain things I can't do myself. And I don't even have the machines and stuff anymore, so I would have to go to a shop. Yes. With my freckles, it is super ridiculous hard to find any it because it I they're spots and I have my freckles are brown. So it is really, really difficult to find any kind of thing on me. I've had a couple of ticks on me, but they were the fatter and the bigger ones, so it was easy just to pluck them off. But my effing goodness, there was one last year that was on my sweatshirt and it was so tight. I freaked the hell out. I wanted to burn my car. Because there are ticks that have that you get allergic to meat, and I like meat. I'm sorry, animals, but that's a cycle. So the tattoo plan, if I get this job and if I land this job and I sign a contract, everything is like up and up, then I will try to get a loan, an equity loan out on my house. I don't want to do it, but it'll get me through the summer. Once I know I have a job lined up for August that's salaried that pays, I could pay the loan back. Um, mom, Renee, mom, that's my adopted mom, that's my mom. She has to get the tattoo. Phoebe, my birth mother, also needs a tattoo. Morgan Cat needs a tattoo. That's my baby. That's my pride and joy. Ethan Cat needs a tattoo, and then Odin needs a tattoo. So I have a lot of tattoos to get. Foot fetishes. Foot fetish. You don't want to look at my feet. They're nasty. I mean, um, fun facts for anybody that knows anything about tattooing. Fun facts. I took my tattoo test and exam with Paul Booth. If anybody knows Paul Booth, I took my test with him. He's one of the most prolific tattoo artists in New York City. That's not all. Ron Russo, he's done some collaborations in the shop that I used to work at. Mike Chambers, my Brian Murphy in out of Pennsylvania, Frank Lanatra, he's in Florida now. Like heavy hitters, I have met them all. I've met a lot of very famous people in the tattoo industry. Um, I'm not a fit person at all. Nah, And the only time I will wear sandals is when it's really hot outside or I'm wearing my Docs where my pants are going over my sandals. I don't like my feet. And not to say that they function and they're not as bad as when I was a young like point ballerina feet are the worst. Yeah, deplorable. That's what I'm new so being new over here. I don't know who is good and who's bad. And I gotta look at the prices. I gotta go looking around the different towns around here to find somebody I'm comfortable with. Being that I used to tattoo. I wasn't that good. But I didn't do it that long, only because of my arthritis and my back at the time. like doing this with the heavy machine, it wasn't conducive to my condition at the time. If I were to go back now and relearn, I'd probably be a lot better. But it's also a niche. You have to have a name for yourself in order to even make an income. Tattooing is not an easy industry unless you are that good. Everything does have a reason. It's God's plan. God has a plan. And God put us in a simulated matrix with parasites for a reason. And that's to overcome it and overcome the shit. Um I just avoid those things like the plague. I don't want them in my reality, but they do exist because we have deer, we have raccoons, I have and bring the possums in my yard. I want a million of them. They don't bother me. I like possums. I had a baby possum. I couldn't get a picture of it on my deck um last spring. It was the cutest little thing in the world. I wanted to eat it, not literally, figuratively. The face. It was the cutest thing ever. I couldn't. I need a million of them because there's a bunch of ticks in my yard. So I have to be careful when I'm going out in the yard this season and where and I have to actually return. I have to call the mower that I have is being recalled, so I want to get a new shit. I so I plan on my legs and my calves are gonna be like mom and dad. I already have one cat. I have Taffy, my first cat. Ethan is probably gonna go in the front, and then I have my mom and Phoebe, and Morgan will go up here. On my back, I have a large cat with bat wings and roses. It's very old school style tattoo, but it's on my shoulder blades. Above it, I might do the raven for Odin and the raven for Freya. Hugin and Munin. For anybody that missed it, I was on Tara's show. I forgot what day that was. You see, like time lapsed. We quantum leaped. Was it Wednesday or Tuesday? Tuesday, I think. Tuesday. I was on Sacred Valley with Tara, and Dina, and they had an animal medium on. Let me just tell you what, that woman was spot fucking on. Tuesday, thank you, deplorable. Thank you, Wendy. She knocked it out of the park. Knocked it out of the park with Odin. So I adopted Freya and Odin on my mother's birthday. Brought him home. Odin's name was Heartsy. Freya's name was Moo. I'm like, no, I can't keep these names. I can't. I can't keep these names. They're no, doesn't feel right. Then I was intuitively picking up, okay, like giving a cat the name Odin is huge because Odin's a part of my fractal. Odin's one of my spirit guides in a wolf form. And I'm like, well, do I really want to name him Odin? So I was playing with Odin, Freyr, Tyr, because I like the Norse names. So I was playing with a few of the names, and Freya just naturally flows. So I'm like, she's Freya. That's it. And then eventually I came on that no, he's Odin. Well, he liked his name that I gave him. I mean, for what? Mazda? What is that? You lose me. You losing me. I'm ignoring that, Bob. Um, so Odin wants a raven. Morgan, I didn't get to actually have a medium talk to Morgan, but I know Morgan's okay. I'm sure she wants her tattoo, and Ethan told me he wants his tattoo. He laughed so hard. Oh no, you're good. Um, I'm dropping cards everywhere. That's fun. I'm so that I was so happy. Like I put out the energy. I didn't get to talk to Dina or Tara beforehand. They just sent me the link. Dina was like, you got to be on to this show. Like Tara wants you on. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gonna run home from work and hi Catherine. So I literally like flew home to work and I got stuck behind three buses and I made it home and I ran right to the computer and put it on. I was sweating. I had a dress on and I was sweating. And I didn't think she was going to pick up what I did for Odin. So when Odin was in his death state, it was really early in the morning. I got up super, super early to find him like barely hanging on. And then I put him in a blanket, made him comfortable. I held him and I started doing my transitioning of spirit, soul to spirit. Um, and I was talking to him and I was apologizing, obviously. And I'm like, I'm asking your soul to go into the love and light of the one infinite creator. Called down the angels. I called down my mom, my dad, my other cats. Please take his soul up and take him into the love and light of the one infinite creator. And I just kept saying that. I called Yeshua down. I called my archangels down. I said, please transcend his soul for where he needs to be. Please keep him in the safe and loving arms of the light. And he transcended and he was at peace. Yeah, I was. Because I was so hot from like I was wearing a dress and I had a shirt underneath because of the kids. Even I wore this shirt today because like I didn't have kids going, "Hey baby," because that's what kids do. They're all over you, literally all over you. I the only and this is a from a tattoo artist that I was a long time ago. Never ever put a name on you unless it's in a memory of. Do not put your husband, your children If you do your children, that's fine, but it's just this I thought it was a myth until I kept, I worked in shops for over 5 years and I've seen a lot. And it's okay if you have a name of somebody on you. It's fine. Um, Cover it up though if it's somebody that's out of your life. Unless it's in memory of, like, if you had an old boyfriend's name tattooed on you, like, cover that up. You can cover tattoos up. It's not a big deal. Um, okay. My 22-year-old self, when my dad died, because my dad was more of the religious one than my mother, I drew up my tramp stamp tattoo. And I, on my birthday, went to go get it done without her knowing. And then a few weeks after it healed, I was wearing pajamas and my shirt didn't cover all the way. And she saw the top of it and goes, "What the fuck is that?" I'm like, "Oh, it's henna." She goes, "No, that's not henna." I'm like, "Yes, it is." And she was convinced otherwise. And for Jewish people, you do not tattoo yourself. That you're never going to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. Hell no, I'm not Jewish. So why would I be buried in a Jewish cemetery? But this is like a Jewish mom's thinking, okay? So I showed her and she's like, "Well, that looks satanic, but it's not satanic, but that's really witchy, but it's not really witchy. It's a pentacle and a pentagram with my Hebrew name that goes around it in the circle, but it's not a full circle, it's not connected." And my Hebrew name is not necessarily in old school Hebrew, it's in modern. So it doesn't really even look like it's Hebrew. Okay. My Hebrew name is Kana Leah. Kanai Leah. This is a 22-year-old self now looking at my Hebrew name and going, "Wow, that sounds a little promiscuous there. Let me just tattoo that on my ass above it." Cheeks, the point. So yeah, but it's a good one. But it's a challenging one for so many people because you're like, "Oh, is that a witch or that's a satanic? Is it a witch or is it satanic?" No, it's neither. It's balance. You make what you put out into the universe work for you. I I don't care if the star's facing upside down. Oh my God, that's satanic. 90% of people in this world are satanic. If I were to take out the Bible and read it to you, it's all about materialism and self. And 90% of people in this world are about materialism and themselves. It's satanic. There's nothing wrong with it. Um, just to be plainly honest, we look too deep into the evil paradigm. It's a part of God. No, it's not. God is all in all things. God is omnipotent and omnipresent based on what the Bible says. If the Bible says God's in all things, well, wouldn't that mean evil too? Sure. I would never pay for another person's name to be on me, period. Besides in memory of. So like I don't even have in memory of my dad, but like it says dad in the cat paw, and then the date of his birth are in the little little beanies. Um, so I have dad and then the date, and that is 8/28/05. And then this is the foundation. My dad had scleroderma. And then on this side, I have Taffy in 3/9/10. That was when he passed away. This side, that was the very first tattoo I did by myself. And I was allergic to the ink on the bottom. I had like a cute little whimsical thing. And my body rejected the ink, so you can barely even see it anymore. But I want to put my mom, her name in Gothic letters, and her date. This side, I'm probably gonna put Morgan, and then I might do Phoebe over here. I don't know. That was my birth mother's name, was Phoebe. Um, I I haven't had that many boyfriends in my life. I would never put their name on me. No offense to them, but no. Um, and I'd even put I would the only person's name I would put besides my cats is my birth mom, because she wasn't in my life. She just birthed me. And she's in spirit. She transcended in 2003. But I want to get more Norse tattoos. I'm very pulled towards the Norse. So if you have an affinity for something, there is a probable definite reason for it. For me, it's the Norse culture. Scandinavia is a place that I definitely want to explore. But I know I have concurrent lives in that era that's playing out somewhere over there. I have that visit to Asgard. I have a fractal of Freya in me, for sure. There's no lying about that. And I mean, it only goes for the medium that said that Odin was like my spirit guide. Well, I have a berserker and a larger than life black bear as a team. They're my generals. They're my defense. I have a pack of wolves. 16, 15, 16. No, probably 17 wolves that are etherically my guides. Then I have the fae. I have fairies that are my guides. Then I have some woman that's a phoenix, the symbolism of the phoenix rising. Then I have some other guides who don't work with anybody else. It's like when I asked the medium about Odin and with my other cats, he obviously only came into my life after they passed away. So those two, Ethan and Morgan, and probably Taffy, are together. She didn't pick up on that one, but he's been gone for a long time. And Odin just came into my life, but he was meant to bring Freya to me, and now he's my guide here. But he has a lot of Norse also components to him. Your guides, your angels, your ascended masters come in and out when needed. That's why you can call on Yeshua and Archangel Michael. It's a collective. Archangel Michael's a collective. It's not one individual soul, by the way. Yeshua, the Christ, is a collective, not one being. Saint Germain, a collective. Serapis Bay, a collective. Quo, Ra, a collective. Social memory complex. That's where all of us like-minded, we don't need to have the same experiences, but those on the wavelength of the like mind. So we all are posed in one area of expertise. Our souls will gravitate towards each other, and in the higher densities will merge together in terms of, we'll still be individuated, but we work together as one so that we can pass down our wisdom to a channel in the lower dimensions. That's how it works. Mary is a collective. Possibly. All my parents, all both my parents, because I was only 2 months old when I was adopted. I orchestrated this. I'm a very ancient soul in terms of experience. We're all of us are the same soul age. All of us. Because God said, let there be, and here we are. All of us. We all whizzed off into different capacities, needing different experiences up here in the higher realms. But each and every one of you has incarnated as an ascended master. At least one of your cycles was of an ascended master. Now, that is your fractal form amongst the other fractal forms that created this consciousness of the ascended master. When I can explain it in a better way is why so many people can channel Jesus, Yeshua, and all of the stories are similar, but they're not the same. Because each of the fractals that lived as Yeshua has a different perception and acknowledgement of what happened. Because in the multiverse, what Jesus didn't do was playing out over here, and that soul is still as valid as this one that was playing out over here. And the story that we read over here is this not the same as the one over there. So when you're incarnated in incarnation, you're getting little chunks of things, but not in its fullness. Because there is no real such thing as being full until you hit the realm of the infinitude of source. That's where we're ascending to. Mary the same. Look at all the people that channel these beings. It's not that they're invalid. They're just channeling different components of that soul. And a soul is made up of numerous thousands of fractals of other things that compose itself of one. Does that make sense? When we all ascend to a higher density, this is why we're working on the unity now. Because we're being asked, what do we prefer over what we don't? What is our missions? Where do we mesh together? When Carla Ruckert was channeling the Law of One, the Ra collective was not just Ra, it was Latui, Hatan, what's the other one? Quo. And I'm sure there was other entities there, but they all functioned as Quo or Ra. When I'm channeling my information, I don't give it a name because it's me. But what aspect of me is it changes each and every time I talk. Daniel Scranton sounds just like me in so many capacities. It's fucking uncanny. So I'm channeling an Octurian somewhere. Probably the same collective as Daniel. If I'm channeling more of the archangels in the angel collective, I'm not just channeling Michael, let's just say, but I'm more of Gabriel and Hillel. That's the shadow and the light. All the archangels are working through me. It's not just one, and they work on all of you. If you're from the collective, they work closely with you. Just like some people are more galactically inclined than they are angelically inclined. And angelic, we tend to look more on the religious basis because that's where we hear the phraseology. Bob needs to get out of his lower three chakras and mature them. You can still be a dynamo in the bed, Mr. Bob. There's unhealed business in you. I'm gonna get there. You guys are funny. Don't insult Christina. If you're gonna find her, you better send her a request, Bob. What is that? You see, oh, speaking about like what goes on Facebook, I just want to put this out there. I might have been compromised. I had to change my password for the fifth time. Um, I've been getting a lot of like when I post I'm just gonna try to find one in a really quick jippy. Okay, like the source messages that I post. If you see a comment, if you're on my private, it's not really private, but if you're on my Facebook channel and you see somebody like, oh, please request me, send me a message. I don't know those people from a hole in a fucking wall. Delete. So there is some, I don't know, I don't know. Hi, Cheryl. What's up? But I get a crap ton of friend requests. And I'm like, please, especially from you guys. If you want to be my Facebook friend, just private message me. Hi. Unless I really don't know you, like you're in my chat or you're watching me and you consistently want to see the spiritual stuff I post on Facebook, no problem. But just message me and hey, I'm sending out a friend request. That's all I need. Because there's bots out there that some of these little podcasters that I'm friends with get these like fake people and it just floods my friend request feed. It's a horrific. Horrific. So just be on the lookout for that. See, I learned a long time ago from Jason. I try seeding in ways that is under the radar. My liberal friends are not going to wake up to a meme. They're not going to wake up to my insults. And I don't do that anymore. They're not going to wake up to the anger. They're not going to wake up. I stopped doing that. So I just post uplifting things on my channel. Source messages are a fantastic uplift in the day. I love when I do that. I didn't save the I have so many art pictures here, but this is something also I wanted to address. There's a list out there. Another one. I don't know if I did this on Tuesday, but I wrote this on Galagaya, one of her posts, because I thought it needed to be shared. And no, Jason wasn't on the list, but it had to do a lot with truthers and false light. All is perception, and you will only know what paradigm and dimension you exist in when you go inside and know what aligns with you. Light and dark are 3D limitation and separation to help us grow. If your mind expanded, you see the agendas, the program, and narrative steering. You can choose what info meshes with you. Otherwise, I choose neutrality and balance. I take what serves my soul, information-wise, and leave the rest, as we are all one, entangled, playing roles for each other to learn. Free will, you choose who you tune into. When you move off consciously, you see its illusion for lessons and learning. Sides leave the picture. That's where I've been at in the 5D consciousness. I'm in 5D consciousness. That's not putting myself on a podium. Then I wrote on a little later on, because people were not getting it. Truth is a perception where one is at in frequency and vibration. When you go within and stop allowing others to dictate to you what to believe, and you align in your heart, the frequency raises and more information becomes available to you. Take the eagle eye view and look down objectively. All those on and off the list serves a purpose. Let them be a lesson or a test. You control what rents space up in your brain. When you let go of judgment, shame, and blame and see it as experience, you need to grow your soul for the things you prefer over the things you don't prefer. You hit another level of mastery. All serves a purpose. All has a purpose. It fades away in your reality when you say it does. 5D will be a hard frequency to obtain when you don't go within and know thyself in divine sense. And this is on Galagaya. I love her. I have nothing against her. She and Jenny Lee do a show. Apparently, I haven't seen it. I don't align with myself with Jenny. She's not a bad person. Just don't align with her view. And perceptions of what she gets. But each of us in this chat has watched a million different truthers. And some of those got exposed over the time that they weren't the best. But something that they did was spark curiosity and interest in you to look up information for yourself. Some of the things they said triggered you to expand your thinking. So the real test when listening to other people, including myself, if it's not, and you still like them, just objectively listen to it, but don't let it absorb in your system. Flick it. Let it go over there. You could do that. You can do it. You know, I'm gonna take Strack as a good example. And some of our friends that watch Strack. He says certain things and everybody gets so angry, but it's just his perception. Why are you applying and taking it as if what he's saying is true when it comes to certain things like gold? Like, I don't know, he was in the chat the other day. I didn't catch everything, but he triggered a few people, and it's okay that he can disagree with Jason. I disagree with Jason on some things, especially the spiritual stuff. Not because Jason's ignorant. It's just he reads and he that's his perception. I have mine. I don't mess with it. That's okay. It, it's okay if you don't agree with Strack, it's fine. I don't understand the animosity that comes out of people. When you don't agree with something, it's like, ah, chickens and chaos. It's bananas. You guys are adults. Chill the fuck out. Chicken back. Yeah. I mean, the animosity that shows up is so bizarre. If you don't agree with something, that's okay. You don't have to. We're not all here to make it seriously. It would be a very fucking boring place if we all agreed on the same things. It really would be a real big fucking problem if we all saw the world the same way. We would not get any further in evolution if we all thought similar, like the same wavelength. It's not supposed to work like that. I can't watch Shrek. And as much as I don't hate him, he's a beautiful person. Don't get me wrong, beautiful soul. Um, when I do things, I go within. When if you watch my book readings, like there's some sections in books I'm like, get the fuck out of here, get this done with. I can't. I don't absorb anything that I read. But then there's books that I'm like so excited about because I'm connecting with it. The information is gelling in my heart space. Then I know for myself that it is a truth. You might hear me say it, but you might not feel it. It's not your truth to have. And that's okay. It's when we're opposing each other in a distasteful way, like it's okay to disagree. Right? Like the other problem that I have that I'm seeing now that Jason's going to be going to the Charlie Ward event. And I'm only bringing this up because I'm seeing this in multiple spots. It's not just in chats. I don't fucking care if it's a real Charlie, a fake Charlie, a this person, a that person. Who fucking gives a shit? Why are you entertaining that? Why does it matter? The only thing, have a good night, Charlene. The only thing that really freaking matters is that Dina and Jason get there safely and come home safely. You don't have to wish anybody else that's there well wishes or care. Honestly, for me, Jason and Dina are good friends of mine. I don't I why would I want him to go to an event that he is going to get hurt at? I would not want that. So I would put the energy on to him saying, and Dina, I want you all protected. I don't care if that's real Charlie or fake Charlie. Why would you give a fuck? If that's what Jason wants, he's gonna do it regardless of your opinion, by the way. Jason doesn't shy down his shit. He's gonna do what he feels is right for himself. He's the captain of his own ship, by the way. Just like I am. I steer my own ship, I'm the captain. And that should be everyone in chat. Why does it matter? Like I said with the DNA stuff, I did 23andMe and Ancestry to find my birth family. I wouldn't have found them otherwise. I did not have $100,000 to give to a private investigator that probably would have came up with the same shit I did on my own searching. If they want to clone me, let the fucking light be the flash, for God's sakes. Clone me. You're going to get a million literal light workers spreading love and light around the wherever they put me. Let them clone me. Why is this trivial nonsense like worth your rented space in your brain? I see it all over the place. Like, oh my God, why would he go to that event? Why does it matter to you? You're not the one going. You're not paying for it, are you? And if you are, cool. You're supporting. Who cares? Why are you renting that space up in your head? What should be renting space up in your head if you follow JQ and Dina is to give them the light bubble and put some imagery on them that they're protected and they're going to go and come back safe as sound. Ashmaya couldn't have said it any better myself. This is why I have taken myself out of a lot of the shows and I'm people watching in that moment and I'm seeing still extreme hate. And it's not just for another group. It's for if you don't agree with somebody, you're allowed to disagree. Why are you fighting with people? Why are you getting up in arms like, no, my opinion matters over yours? No. Blah, blah, blah. Think about it. Why are you giving that energy? It's a waste of time. Who's JFK? Who cares anymore? I don't. JFK Jr. could be alive or dead, but right now, what is he putting food on my table? I don't wish the man any harm. If he's alive, that's great. If he's dead, he's not dead. He's transformed. I mean, I've been to a lot of rallies in City Hall in New York. I have protested. I have done a lot of stuff to protect my ass. And let me say that it is not the safest thing. When I went to the Truth Tour in Fort Wayne, Indiana, I was in my car for 2 hours clearing the energy out of the building. I wasn't even in the building yet. I was in my car. I was clearing the area. That's what I do. I clear energy. Seriously. I I I proved to Lewis's team that I cleared the Esther RV. I cleared it. I proved it. They were having so much problems with that stupid RV until I came and cleared it, and they made it all the way to Vegas from Indiana. They went all the way around and down and up, and they made it without issue after I cleared it. That's proof. If I don't know what is, I know my power. I don't use it unwillingly. I do it responsibly and I do it with consent. Oh my God. My ex that worked at the tattoo shop, the very first one I worked at, always got pineapple on his pizza. I've tried it just to have an understanding of what the hell. Can't do it. Cannot. I tried. Nope. Never understood it. Never understood it. I felt compelled because I have to be in physicality for my healing really to take place. That's why I put so much love and attention into my pieces because I can't physically be there to give it to you unless you, like Ivy can meet me and I give it to her. But I put my energy into my work. It's infused in here. So you're getting my energy when you're getting the piece. That was before. I mean, I've been to a lot of different things, especially like protesting in New York against the mayor and against this one and against that one, the unions, losing my job, the whole 9 yards. I walked across the Brooklyn Bridge. I it's not like I wasn't seriously, I was there as an energy field to protect. I know my frequency and I know my power when I put my mind and will to it. That's awesome, Mr. Roger. No, I'm serious. I take my pyramids take a while for me to make because I put a lot of effort into clearing, reorganizing the gems, holding my intention in the gems, depending on what I want the purpose for, activating it when I put it into the epoxy, and then I'm blessing it after the epoxy dries. I take it out of the mold and I sage it in Palo Santo. I do a lot for my pyramids before it gets mailed out. That goes for most of my pieces with gems inside. And I'm sure my paintings probably hold my frequency too. I wouldn't doubt that. Um, when I touch things, like I touched Esther, the RV, I blessed it. The same goes for when I went to the Brooklyn Truth Tour with Nej. I blessed all the vehicles. And it was a really quick blessing because the fear in all of them was hysterical. Hysterical. Don't know why they chose the venue that they did, but I don't have any more, but I have to make. But I make my own salt, like protection salt. So I have black salt, Himalayan pink salt, sea salt, Dead Sea salt from the Dead Sea. And then I mix dragon's blood, frankincense. And then if I have sage, I'll put some of the ashes in there and I grind it up really good. And then I bottle it up, and then when I'm once a month, I'll go around my property unless it's winter. I haven't done it this winter. I have to do it soon. I will sprinkle black salt, the salt that I make, around my property to clear and purify it. Yes, Poppy is living in Esther now. He revitalized it. He gave it some life. And now he's living out of it. I'm very happy for him. I think he started coming back and doing some shows, but because I'm working during the day, I don't get to see them. I see like after the fact. But he's also, I'm very proud of him. He's starting to do more spiritual stuff. That's hysterical. I can make, if you, I might actually sell it at some point. I need more salt. Give me a second. I will grab some examples. I'm not that far away. Don't worry. I didn't go far. So I have my copper cup, and inside is black salt. And usually I will put tourmaline in here, which actually I have to replace the salt. But this is at my back door is over there to my backyard. Um, so if anything wants to come in from the downstairs, this is right by the threshold. Then I have a selenite bowl with frankincense. This is frankincense with black salt. And when I feel the need, I'll put a gem in the middle. And this absorbs the energy at my threshold. So the selenite bowls are really nice. They're polished. And this for me, when I'm opening up and closing the door to go out to my backyard to get little Thor of water in the morning, or to put the heating pad on, if anything wants to follow me in, it's gonna get stopped at the door. Because I have a whole table of gems and fun shit. Also, at that same table, this is black tourmaline. This is a big gem. This absorbs negative energy. This is one of my favorite gems. It's blue goldstone. You can't see the sparklies. There you go. So that's also at the door, and then a big chunk of selenite. So I have a lot of gems. My whole house is gems everywhere. I actually was told by the medium and anybody out there that's an empath. I can't wear my jewelry to work, so I only wear my Merkaba. Um, this a lot of these stones are in my work in smaller capacities. This is pretty big. This is a big, I have bigger chunks, by the way. Upstairs, as soon as you walk into my house is weird configured wise. So when you walk in is my kitchen, but at my front door is like a big wall because it leads to my downstairs. So on the little shelf that the landing, I have pyramid, selenite, pyramid, some Merkabas, small ones like this size. Um, I've collected a lot of gems over the years, lots of wands. Nothing big. I don't have those big things that people have in their houses. I wish, but I don't. But you don't need anything crazy big. Gems are gems. They all hold energy inside of them. And each of them have different properties. Like I have a whole gem bag that I usually put in my purse. I used to wear a black kyanite uh amulet. Kyanite will absorb the negative energy that is in the outside world, or it will reflect it back out so you're not absorbing it. As an empath, I love amethyst and I carry a ton of it. As an empath, anybody out there that's really empathic, I highly recommend to carry this on you or in a gem bag. You know, if you're a woman, you want to put gems in your bra, go for it. Carry that on you. It makes a big difference. And I know when I'm not having it. I actually gifted Dina blue kyanite, which is what I showed a few weeks ago. That's this stone. I got her a long piece. That's to help open up your throat chakra. As much as that's coal, trust me, I love coal too. I love drawing in charcoal. Um, I like shungite. I love gems. Um, I used to wear a whole plethora of gems. I don't do that anymore. Again, kids like to break everything. I don't wear the rings anymore that I have because, again, kids wreck everything I have. Blue stones, Miss B, if I find one, I'll send you one. Blue stones in general help clear the throat chakra. That makes you clearly speak. Um, I'm gonna investigate a good healing blue stone for here. Blue is usually equated with the throat chakra. Um, I have a crystal quartz Merkaba because crystal quartz amplifies your energy. It also amplifies the energy of stones. That's why most of my, this is a wand, by the way, I made. Um, it's hard to see. Shit. I have a crystal quartz in the middle that you can barely see. It's in there, but I wrapped that with copper. That's a wand. That one doesn't have it. That's the example, like what I do. That's a white stone, but I put the copper in there. That stone amplifies all the other stones. Jewelries are tools. Absolutely. I love carnelian. I have a nice neck. I have a lot of the good stuff. It's just kids. Kids. Yeah, I gotta find which stone though, Miss B does throat healing. I think it's important. I mean, even for guys, like I know a lot of guys that like tiger's eye. Tiger's eye is really a nice stone. Obsidian is a nice stone. Guys don't wear girly jewelry, but let me tell you what, I respect the guys that wear at least the one gem because they know what they're doing. See, Little Thor brings in more people on my channel than I do. Sir Lime Helmet. That's a name. Hi. Sir Lime Helmet. Interesting name. I don't know. I copper as a bracelet. Oh man. Hang on. Do, 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 do. So copper clears negative energy and connects spiritual and physical realms. It enhances and amplifies the effects of all the stones around it. That's why I wrap it around the crystal quartz does very similar things to the copper. It brings the energy up. Um, it also, I know copper helps with inflammation. That's why like the copper stuff that you see on like the braces and stuff, that's why it's there. And it also keeps things clean and purified and protects. So you're sweating, the copper is actually alchemizing your sweat and purifying it. I have some copper bracelets. It's just once it gets all tarnished and gets all on your skin, it's not that fun to clean off. The turquoise, like not the howlite is an offshoot. It looks like turquoise. It's not. Still a beautiful stone, and I use it a lot. But actual turquoise in my hands, holy fuck, do I get vibrations off of turquoise? I love turquoise. Have a good night, Miss B. I might call in from my phone if it's not too crowded tomorrow. And then I will be on with Turn the Page with Janine and Arnie tomorrow at 5 Central, 6 Eastern. So I'll probably be on the Zoom call late if I get on it. But I will see if Buckshot drops the link. I know he's not home. Um in the chat, or I don't know if Christina has it. We love you, Miss B. Thank you for coming. I like lapis lazuli. I like sodalite as well. Um, Turquoise and blue kyanite for me are stronger for my energy field. And also I want to put a little gem advice out there. There's not many vendors who sell actual moldavite. I have 3 pieces, very small, minuscule pieces of moldavite. I didn't feel any damn thing off of them. But I know they're authentic. Some people have a hard time even coming near moldavite. Just be wary though, it is a stone that is very easily mimicked. A lot of stones are. So just be very wary where you get your feel the energy. If you're in person, that's why I like to go to gem stores and the metaphysical markets, because I actually feel the vibration of the stones in my hand. I don't even have to touch them. If I put my hand over my stones or in a place and I feel the energy, I can tell you if it, from my own knowing, if there's energy in it and if it's real. Uh, Green malachite is also very easily falsified. And I'm gonna make El Sunray something very special. I'm just acquiring the stones for it. Okay, so we have stores semi near here, but they're not as big. And I'm gonna say this: Staten Island had a metaphysical store in the mall called East versus West, East and West. I don't care how commercialized or franchised that store is, whatever they got was legit. And I would go in the store and my eyes would light up and I would just be in heaven. All the things in this, I love metaphysical stores, and if I had the funds, I would open my own. Love metaphysical stores. Love the gems. Love the energy in those stores. Love them. Most of them are, because not everybody is spiritual and not everybody's going to go to the metaphysical store unless you're in that niche. And unless your area has a lot of people into the same things, it's very, very difficult. more and more people now are waking up in terms of seeing it not from evil, seeing it as energy and not just jewelry that you could wear, but something that can be applied in your life to help you. Okay, so bucket list for me, if I ever am able to actually ever take a vacation that I get to rest and have fun, I want to go do I want to chip away and break rock and get some gems. Gem hunting. Give me that. I have a lot of energy, but I have a lot of anger that I would love to release and break out and get some opalite or break it out and get some amethyst. That would be fantastic. You you're getting your energy out in a good, productive way. I mean, there is a few. There's one in the okay, so there's one in a town down from me. I haven't been in that one. The place that I'm doing my vending event in April, they have a store. It's very small though, because they do like yoga and Reiki, sound baths. They do medium work. So there's a lot that it's like a whole hub. It's a center. So they have some stuff for sale there. Um, I've been in that one. There's one in the town a little further down, like over and up a little bit. It's a small little place, but there's a rock place there. But I haven't really like gone in. I know in Arkansas, Tennessee, there are some places I get advertisements, but I don't know. I want the ones that you can keep what you do. Whatever you like, whatever you're hacking away with, you find, you keep. We get this again. Unconditional love. You are clear. You are pure love. Nothing from your past will block your dreams. Your future will be nothing like what it has been before. You are at the center of your universe, looking outward through your experiences. When you look out in balance, you see through love and will experience many variations of love. All you need is love. Make love your purpose. Find it wherever you can. If you begin to introduce anything to your world that does not feel like love, shift your awareness, your energy, or your eyes until you return to love. Become so devoted to your purpose of love that no one will sway you from it. Unconditional love is not about tolerating or diminishing yourself to make another feel good. These are conditional actions that will make you feel less than or resentful. Your job is to feel balanced in every moment. If you can't, go easy on yourself, as it is just a sign you are yet to love something about yourself. He's like, I'm not seeing Hellhound the horse. I'm not even saying its real name. Manifestation. You will attract what you give your focus to. You are about to experience something you have longed for. I hope so. You may not see any evidence yet, but don't be disheartened. Instead, be still and align with your soul. Soon you will be inspired to take a step forward where you will meet your dreams and desires, fall in love with the unknown and the path of the unknown. And that will then materialize. You create your life through how you feel and what you think. See, I'm not alone in saying that. When you change your beliefs, your life changes to match it. First, you must be aware of how you feel in the present. Practice focusing on what makes your heart sing, not shrink. The time just before manifestation is an opportunity to change any story from your past, present, or future. Your perception is altering so you can see in a new light. Everything is created twice. Firstly, in the vibrational realm, perceived as imagination, feeling, or dreaming, and then in the physical world as manifested objects. Enjoy the journey to all you are manifesting, and your desires will arrive soon. This is the nature of creation. Oh, I would love to go find crystal quartz. They always do that. They do. So we had a quantum leap. Let's check it out again. I love people, but my gosh. I just refreshed it to see where we are. We're still spiking, but not in bright white light. Okay. So this black is a timeline shift. 7.5 hours, possibly 8 here, of a blackout. That to me is a quantum leap. It's not a small little thing, it's a big chunk of time. Okay. Let me remind us, beautiful souls out there, that what is projected out into the ether by words and thoughts now just shifted again. So, what you think might happen on a date because it's perceived probably won't happen. Not saying that it won't. There's a few projections out there that will now have to change again. Do not buy into people saying this is going to happen on this date. I know we have a friend on Zoom that Roger keeps yelling at and giving perspective to, and I'm very thankful for Roger doing that. Hi, eclectic, because we have people that projects, well, it has to happen on this date. No, it don't. What are you talking about? Oh, well, because Q said so. 17th letter of the alphabet said so. That doesn't make it so. If humanity decided to shift, the timeline shifts. That means everything that was once there is no longer up here. It's shifted. It's shifted. So just keep in mind that we all want certain things, but when we don't need them any longer, because humanity shifted up, let it go. Live in the now moment. And we're getting all this energy anyway. So more people are going to be like, what the hell? Correct. I wasn't calling out names, Roger. It's okay. He doesn't watch me anyway. That's why I butt heads with him. Hi, Ram Charger. What part of Indiana are you in? I'm in Northwest Indiana. I'm very close to where the tornadoes hit. I'm in the heart of the region. Well, Roger, here's the thing. He's gonna have to get over it. It's his ego projecting, and that's not a bad thing. It's just he hasn't had the expanded version of himself yet coming through. So he's limited in his understanding. Like I said, if things are supposed to happen the way they are projected, we would all be done with this movie by now and we would all be happy and thriving. No one would have an issue. But there are many, many issues. I don't know where the time quantum leap shifted to, but we'll see. I haven't picked up where we quantum leap to, but I'm just hoping it's where we don't have to play something catastrophic out in order to get unity. You know, as much as I like the financial system to dissolve, isn't going to happen the way people are projecting it. There are millions and trillions of people out in this world who have no idea any of this is going on. And there's many people who are like myself, don't really comprehend the crypto world at all. I've tried. I never had enough money to invest in that stuff anyway. So, you know, as happy as I am for everybody else gaining and getting monetization through Bitcoin and Binance and this one and that thing, I have nothing to fall back on. I don't have a savings anymore. Let's just put it that way. And if it wasn't for all of you guys helping me in so many big ways, I wouldn't be on live. so I wouldn't have my phone bill paid or the internet bill paid. That's just the reality there. Oh, you're farther down. I'm all the way up by Gary. I'm all the way up by 65, by 80. I'm not in Gary. I'm close to Gary. You must have got hit by storms too down there. That's why I didn't move down that I was looking down south in Indiana and I did not want to be in tornado land. Yes. Eclectic strings, yes. Beaver spirit, lay a solid foundation. Beaver. Actually, they're really super damn cute. Have you ever seen a beaver? I've seen beavers. They're fucking cute. Mouse spirit. Tend to the small things. Squirrel spirit. I'm not I me and squirrels have a love-hate relationship. Believe in yourself. Bee spirit. Sweet results await. Yes. Wendy, let me know what that HHS Robert Kennedy thing means. Yes, Ram Charger. I am in Maryville. Newly up here. I'm from New York. My energy's still there, sadly. I want to know what that means by moving special needs education to HHS. I mean, health and humans, but in I'm not sure what he's going to do for special ed if they're dissolving the Department of Education. I mean, granted, just gonna put this out there. In New York, my principal had a rule to the parents. Sorry, there we go. The rule was to the parents, do not send your children in with junk food. No junk food. I I wish him the best of luck with that, but if it's moved, it needs to happen now and not in 5 months to a year because as it is, as it is, the child that's in the my said classroom and even some of the other children, I'm still waiting for a weighted vest. Someone donated a weighted vest to one of my students who really effing needs it. I'm waiting for a crash pad for 4 children who need to crash into a pad to get out their zoomies and to get out their frustration. I am waiting for things to hit my classroom that will help the kids there, their special needs. Still waiting. It needs to happen now, not because, oh, there's a transition. We already fucked these children up with that. 2020. These kids have already been fucking taken back a whole shit ton in the learning process. And listen, you could call it indoctrination, whatever, but in early education and in elementary school, kids are learning how to read. They're learning math. They're learning basic shit. They're not the indoctrination. I don't, is it there? Probably, but the kids still need to learn how to read. I'm sorry. It needs to transition like now, not because, oh, I'm dissolving it, and it needs to be put in place now. You want inclusion for these kids to go to a general education school. You have to provide the needs for these kids in order to do so. And a majority of these kids will thrive when allowed. I'm already seeing, I I'm on Fridays, I'm normally with the older kids in my school in elementary, but they're like second, third, and fourth graders. I already have some of them going to general ed all day. They're only going for the morning breakfast and maybe some tests that they get because it has to be differentiated for them. But otherwise, they're spending their entire day now in a regular classroom and doing fantastic. So special ed for most kids are just a resource. Even for high functioning autistic children, they can thrive in a classroom if the resources are there for them to have. But when you're knocking out special ed and you're not sourcing it right away, the kids who are in the worst conditions are getting fucked now. And I thought it was for the children, isn't it? All right. This is the thing that upsets me. I'm happy that changes are being made. I'm happy that people are going to be held accountable for not funding what they're saying their money is going towards. I'm fine with that. But what is it? Who is it affecting the most? The children. If you're not going to fund things for the kids that really desperately need it, you're not doing them a service. So I don't care who takes over for special needs children. There is a fuck ton out there that need services that are not getting them now. The problem needs to be fixed now, not in 2 years, or not when Robert Kennedy decides to put pen to paper and give some funds. Every school should have at least two lifts, better changing tables. I need specific types of high chairs. We sit some of the kids in high chairs. I need crash pads, weighted vests, sound canceling headphones. I need matting on my floor. I don't need a carpet. I need matting. There's so much details that go into we need wheelchairs. We need buses that are wheelchair capable. We have them in my town, thank goodness, because there's multiple kids in wheelchairs in my school district. But what about the other school districts? Yes. El Sunray, absolutely. And for any of these parents, every school should be designated and having the equipment to service these kids. And the staff, you have to pay the staff. This is the problem in most places. They don't want to give a nurse's salary to the nurse who is doing tube feedings, administering a shit ton of medicine to kids, and it's not what you think. Insulin, EpiPens, asthma pumps, breathing treatments. I mean, you think you're sick. A large population of our children are very, very disabled. Many of you are parents to these kids. And that's as back when. It exponentially went up now. So we're not doing them any kind of good service if you are knocking out the Board of Ed, not supplanting already having a plan for special ed, because now all these teachers think, oh, well, it's going back to the states. Now we're fucked because our governors and mayors and all these people in the town suck. Something has to give. Hi, Ivy. Sorry, I'm not trying to cough, but it's getting loose. The Oklahoma, Texas dust in my air. I don't know how you guys do it. One of the reasons why I didn't move to Texas, because everybody's like, Allison, move to Texas, move to Texas, move to Texas. No, I've been to Arizona before. I can't do the dust. Release your inner rebel. Be yourself and create your own universe. Permission slip right here. Release your creative energies. Make use of them in your life. I make things. Protect what you love. It is your duty and responsibility. That includes yourself. A new strategy is required. Find the path to love and happiness because we just quantum leaped. And the old shit is not going to apply to this new timeline. I got some different cards today. We're going to read from. But animals today are calling my spirit. Because we all know who's my guide now, Mr. Odin, cat. Like a bar that has protein shakes or like a actual like protein chewy bar. Ivy. See that? You see that right there? That says fuck you. You need to apply that. Roger, you can take your dust back at any moment. So can Amy. She's in Oklahoma. Take your dust back. I don't want it up here. My windshield wipers yesterday was brown, clear, brown, clear. My car was dusty. That doesn't help this. dusty. Ivy could tell you it was dusty up here. I bet you she had dust on her car and mud. I actually have it in it's hard to see it on Facebook. It's I have rain. Oh God, it's gonna rain. Is it gonna rain? Oh, it's raining now? What? Okay, it's not raining tomorrow. It's gonna be cold. Oh, in the early morning. As long as it doesn't, I hate when it rains and I have to bring shit into a building. Anywho, that green is the storm from the other day. It's hard to see in the lighting. Come on. Stop distorting. Ah! There's green and then there's tints of brown. A few days ago, like it was very brownish in the air. I felt like I was back in New York. It was gross. And that's probably why I'm hawking crap. Oh, the pollen. I mean this all of this, like me coughing, is absolutely allergies. Um, the only way I know that is I had a lot of sinus pressure and now it's like releasing because now it's gonna come back out. Um, usually when I have a cold, I'm sneezing a lot. My phlegm is green and yellow, and I just overall don't feel good when I have a cold. When I have a sinus infection or I'm like sinus allergies, I feel great. I just have pressure and then I hack all the time. It's gross. Ooh. Okay, we got a repetitive animal. Oh, I love these cards. I'm gonna read that one last. I'll read the first one I pulled out first. I gotta find. Is this the air sign yet? We got two airs. This is animals. Okay, I found one. Up, they're back to back. Hummingbird. Positive, enthusiastic, spiritually resourceful. Inside that tiny hummingbird resides an endless well of energy and positivity. The hummingbird's secret is that it has learned where to gather nectar, and it returns to these sources daily for nourishment and rejuvenation. This sacred elixir springs from many sources, but usually involves nature, creativity, and exploring spirituality. Follow the way of the hummingbird, and you cannot go wrong. Every drop of life becomes sweet, every moment worth savoring. And guess what season is happening? I get the hummingbirds by my birthday. How exciting is that? I love hummingbirds. Bee. We have the bee spirit on the other deck. Earnest, hardworking. I don't like this word, democratic. The bee personality is a delight to be around, especially when there's a team protecting and no, there's a team project on the horizon. Bees love to work steadily and thoughtfully until the final task is complete. They are sensitive creatures aware of many subtleties. I can never pronounce that, get that out projective wise, so sorry. At once. Since they're artists at heart, they usually add creative details to the overall vision. For the most part, they have bustling, joyous personalities until they get too tired from all the work. Then they gripe, then sting. I'm a bee. I'm a bee. Dragon. Look, it's holographic on top. Seeing one's most true self, balancing the ego. The dragon sees everything. Its essence has been with us since before our first breath and will be there at our last. It watches us navigate the external world as well as our inner world. When dragon energy is awakened, we are courageous, visionary, and can easily drop into witness consciousness. It is almost as if we are traveling with the great friend inside of ourselves. When we look in the mirror deep into our eyes, we may even glimpse the self behind the self, the one who is watching us. This is the power of the dragon breathing transformative fire into every cell of our bodies. Witnessing this omnipotent energy, even for a brief moment, helps us surrender and let go. We let the dragon guide us. We hop on its back for a ride, and as we traverse even the most difficult terrain, the dragon's eyes see beauty everywhere. It is said that if a yogi does not see beauty in the world, their Agni is dim. Agni is described as inner fire or sacred intelligence. May even just the mention of dragons stir the embers of intelligence within you. I love my dragons. I have a plasma dragon. My fire dragon is always with me. I have another plasma electrical dragon that is protecting the Stargate. My earth dragon is protecting the Stargate. I have a white one that I rode down from Source on. Really cool dragon. Chicken! Chicken, 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 chicken. Chicken! Let me do that again. Chicken! Chicken, 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 chicken. Buck, buck, buck. Buck, buck, buck. Chicken! I am a child, by the way. Christina, when I have ever minded, your boys are awesome. And I can't wait for you guys to explore and talk about your other lives. Roger, did they talk to you about their lives? Their star seeds. I can't wait when they get a little older. Though, though, Christina, I'm very happy that you didn't do what the other woman with the young child that's a star seed and talking about the truth. Um, I think it's for I don't know if you guys have seen that little kid that talks about, I don't know his name, that gets bullied and he always talks about a star seed and the in very wise wisdom. I think it's adorable. I love it, but I don't think it's the safest thing for children. Not because they're not ready to talk about it, but because it's not the safest thing. You can call them parrots. Art is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, Buckshot posted the link for tomorrow on Telegram. I probably won't be on. I might drop by. We'll see. I just hope I have a successful day. And then I get to have fun with Arnie at the end of the day on Turn the Page with Janine's show. Very, very thankful. Let go, adapt and flow with ease. I'm still striving for that. Receive balance, connect with the heart of the earth. I know many of us have been doing that the last couple of days. Open your mind, connect with the divine within. See, inside's calling. Knock, knock. Who's there? Thyself. All is well. Let your emotions flow through you. Like I was saying, we earlier, guys, it's okay to cry. And it's actually sexy when you do. Just my opinion. I think it's a very necessary thing for humans to purge in tears and to let go and release. But that ain't manly, Allison. Let it go. Let it flow. No, I'm not Elsa. Not Elsa. It'd be cool if I was. I can make an ice castle. Be the best Disney princess ever. I mean, I would love for the financial system to like pay up. I would really like my M400 Rose. I would love my AR. And it would match my 9mm. And yes, it's a material object, but it's one that can keep me safe. Mortal Kombat. Get over here. Love Mortal Kombat. Stay calm. Be cool, be calm. You got to figure out your inner strength and wisdom only when your mind is placid. Lights are coming and shining through you. So I would agree with that statement because we got a big Schumann spike, and if you're not feeling it now, watch out, buddy, because that energy is going to be hitting you any moment now, if not in a few days. This is something I need to do. Declutter your space. Whether it's your living or working space, it needs cleaning. I cleaned my classroom today very nicely. It needs cleaning up to welcome more refreshing and pure air. Your mind will gain more clarity and peace. I love those synchronicities. Learn from your past, even though there is no such thing. All of the success and failures are supposed to come to your life and give you precious lessons. I agree. They don't come to knock you down, but sure will make you much stronger and wiser with time. Mortal Kombat, life, duality, polarity, Mortal Kombat. I love that freaking song. I They do a remix and it's so good. It's a good workout. Yes. Get it all done. Only a few more steps and you will accomplish. Oh, I hope it's just a test in CPR training. Once finished organizing your ideas and plans, immediately put them in practical work. I'm already doing that. I'm already writing curriculum. Chicken! Um, I've been writing curriculum. It's following the standards of Indiana that I'm having a problem with. But I already took Pete Modrian and I made two a kindergarten and first grade project and then a second, third, and fourth grade, just making it harder as the grades go on. So I did two of that. That's like 2 to 3 weeks. And then I did Jean-Michel Basquiat. I did that project because some of his stuff is actually, but his art's not that bad. I want to do a Banksy. But my principal has to be open. If I become the art teacher, my principal has to be open to me doing this with the older kids. Obviously, I'm gonna pull images for the younger kids to just like do their own version of. But for the fourth graders, I want them to create a Banksy on paper and then hide it around the school. Because that's what Banksy is known for, being a ninja and spray painting stuff and then posting like literally overnight. He used to do my neighborhood in Chelsea a lot. And then we would see some crazy fun stuff. So I want that to happen for the kids. I would love to see the reactions of the teachers and staff that there's Banksy works all over the school. Exciting. That's a lot of clutter behind me. Even though it's organized clutter, I need a place. I need shelving for just my pyramids to be stored. My house did not come with closets. I have 3 closets. 2 of them are very tiny, and the one in my storage room, I made a bedroom a storage room because there is nowhere to put my clothes. I'm actually all the closets have closed because some of the stuff I have to hang up. I don't have closets to have enough space to hang shit. It's bad. Um, so I got clutter everywhere because I don't have places to put them. Fun times. As we're talking about gems, let's pull some gems. So tomorrow's channel member only video, I'm probably going to do on Sunday with a paint and sip. I have to find a new Waspy chapter. I think I'm almost done with the book. Possibly. Um, I have another Curtis book incoming. I have a few. I have to see what Spirit wants, my higher self. See, I love kids. Never had them. I honestly think that's what makes me a very unique professional. My assistant principal today gave me a very big compliment. Um, she's like, it's very rare. Like, I'm a rare breed. She said that they hire somebody for my position with tons of experience. Whereas most of the people coming into the school are never been around kids before. And they're just getting a job to have a job and they don't have passion for it. And I think not having children is a like working in school gives me a permission slip to be the mother I never was able to be in this body. I've had children in other lives and concurrently happening right now. But you know, I don't know what time. Well, Sunday I don't go live because I don't want to. I don't know how many of you heard me earlier say this, but I want to reiterate this before I pick gems. Um, I I try not to go live when I know other people are going live. That's just a courtesy. Unfortunately, I never know when Jack goes live. I don't get notifications for him. And my Twitter account is only on a laptop and I don't have it on my phone, so I don't see Twitter all day. Thank goodness I don't. I'd be hooked on it. But it's only on my desktop that I have Twitter. So when I'm at work, I don't see any notifications. So I only Tuesday and Friday. Saturday's like my day to catch up on my chores and laundry, dishwashing, cleaning the house. But tomorrow I'm going to be at an event from 9 to 3 and really 6 a.m. to 3. I'm going to pack up and get home and then I'll be on with Turn the Page with Janine and Arnie for an hour. So I have a long day tomorrow. Sunday, whenever I do wake up, I'm gonna probably do the oracle reading and then do a painting. But I do that video wise. Um, I don't talk during my paint and sips that much. I need a maid. No, I need a man. Like I need my divine complement to freaking walk into my life. I'm hyper independent. And it would be nice to have somebody ground me to say, hey, I will do the food shopping this week. You do your work. I got to do it all. I don't mind getting a balance of like having someone else help me, like physically do stuff. Like I already packed the car. I have the folding table, my folding chair, and my big cart in my trunk already. I don't want to put my artwork in the car because I don't want my car stolen. So I have to do that in the morning. That shit's heavy as hell. I got to lift it and do it myself. I got to go up and get to the school. I have to schlep all that stuff into the school and set it up myself. I do a lot by myself. It'd be nice once in a while to have the man and me step back from the masculine and be my feminine. I don't necessarily like my masculine all the time. I have to live in it more than I would like my feminine because I'm doing every role. It wouldn't be so bad if I had help paying my bills. You know, if a guy moved in here with me and split my bills, I'd be fine. I could work for $17 an hour. I'm not an art teacher yet. I am not an art teacher yet. I don't know if I got the job yet. I actually wouldn't mind being the breadwinner either, but I still have yet to be able to balance in terms of physicality 3D life, my masculine and my feminine. I'm having to show up in every facet of my physical being in essence. I can't be the female that I want to be or the feminine role that I am because I have to be more of the masculine. I have to protect myself. Pew pew. I have to put everything together myself. I have to lift everything myself. Thank goodness I have strength that I do have. I am an art teacher, but I need a salary in 3D in this plane of existence. I don't have the job just yet. And if I'm getting interviewed, that just means that there's multiple applicants. So as much as I want to say that I am and that I'm going to be, and that's what I'm projecting because that's what I want to manifest. Sometimes universe does this to me. When I work really fucking hard for something, I get let down a lot. And it's not because I haven't put the energy or the enthusiasm and the imagining work into it. I have done that my whole life. And I hope this time the hard work actually shows and yields results. I'm not gonna lie. I have worked fucking extremely hard my whole life to fall short each and every time. And it's not without any fucking not putting effort into something. I put my full 100% into everything that I do, and I have fallen short in every 3D aspect of my life. Did I write that? Sure did. But I'm really hoping that this time something solidifies because I can't keep going on like this. I'm grasping for straws at everything that doesn't work. And I'll be 80 years old and nothing works, and I'm gonna be in a fucking in the ground, just throw me in the ground. Yes, you can write. You could do anything if you train your brain to do so. Like I play guitar lefty. Don't ask me why. Yes. Or I'm not pronouncing this. You can read this off the screen. Release your emotional baggage. Smoky quartz. Let it go. Let it go. Get over here. Mortal Kombat. Bloodstone. This is one of my favorite stones, by the way. Get up, get moving. It's one of my favorite because there's a lot of different elements within it. Rhodonite. Find a way to forgive. Rhodonite. Buck, 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 buck. I My divine timing will show up when I transcend. I've said that since I was a little kid. But I did say, and it has yet to come, that my life will be changed at 40. I'm going to be 42 and shit has still yet, it changed, but still sucks. I should not have to struggle this hard. I know I wrote it, but I already struggled. And being 97 pounds was not pleasant. I don't like complaining. I don't like feeling lack. But this is something that I want to put out to spiritual people, right? I want to talk good and put good intentions out there, but then there is logicality and rationality to things. When people say you already have it, sure, in what timeline, in what dimensional space? Because it ain't in this one. Bye, Amy. There are many things that I have tried and put out into the ether, and I waited for divine timing to come into play. And divine timing absolutely works in certain facets of my life, but then it ends in like fuck it ends in a burn and sizzles. Mm. As much as I want to say that I got this job, they might just give it to somebody that they know more than they know me. And now I'm going to have to find another career if that's the case. And I need to find it even exponentially faster because I don't have anything lined up for the summer. And if that's the case, I can't take a loan out and I can't pay the bills. I'm still the component that runs through me is here. Ariel, new psychic and spiritual experiences are changing the way you view the world and yourself. Allow your spiritual gifts to open through study, prayer, and meditation. I'm studying. I can pet Freya. Little Thor has been super hesitant, even with me not having the camera on. Like I try to get in on giving him a little head nudgel. He won't let me. Isabella. Yes, the timing is right for this new venture. A happy outcome follows your positive expectations. Ah! Oh, I can't. I don't make this shit up. I don't make it up. They're funny. They're funny. Archangel Gabriel, you have an important life purpose involving communication and the arts. I have never pulled this card out of this deck before. Please don't allow insecurities to hold you back. I will help you. No way, Jose. It's hard to see the words. No wonder why this angel is carnate in me. Communication and arts. I don't lie when I say what's running through me. Eclectic, let me tell you what. I am always protected, and so are all of you. All of you are protected. Here's the thing, though. You're protected to a certain extent. If a catalyst needs to come into your life to alter something for you to have growth and learning, it's going to hit you and it's going to hit fucked up. Excuse my French. That's not to say that they're not there. And I can tell you when my ex from 14 years ago broke up with me, I fell to the floor and released, sobbed my brains out, hyperventilated in the whole 9 yards. That's how devastated I was, as if someone had died. My angels were with me, trying to lift me up. And in the moment, I didn't see it. And then I was given a vision of it later on in my life. Like, no, we were with you. You just didn't have the capacity to feel us back then. We've always been with you. That's a good angel deck. I love her cards. I don't care how much she's shifted Doreen Virtue. Another one, declutter. You're telling me, and all some of you might need decluttering too. You feel better and more focused if you'll take time to clear away clutter from your living and workspace. Dominate what you can to help donate. Sorry, I need glasses, remember. What you can to help others who may need your items. Be sure to keep your schedule uncluttered as well. So that's another saying. So some of us, like myself, I got to make things neater. God is your source. Everything you need is supplied by the infinite source of God. And your faith opens the doorway to receive. In God, there is no lack or limitation. Rather, there is plenty of abundance for all to share. That's if you view source from the positive polarity. But right now, he's a neutral doodle. Sever vows of poverty. I think all of us can use this. Dear one, there is no need to suffer or sacrifice. Hold the intention of undoing any vows of poverty or self-denial that you may have made, consciously or unconsciously in any lifetime. As you do so, all effects of these vows will be undone for everyone involved in all directions of time. I definitely need to do this for my birth family. Both sides of my birth family grew up in nothing. This is a book about my grandfather, Roy Davis. Someone wrote a book about my grandfather, bloodline grandfather. The cotton mill down in Georgia. Energy, source, energy. Where did you come from? Subatomic particles, electrified by gluons and muons, quarks and neutrinos, photons and electrons, whizzing through the air. The negative and positive pole of the spin in the quark exploded out subatomic particles in hydrogen, oxygen, iron, all the atomic elements whizzing through to make you. Source God is consciousness. Consciousness equals energy equals light equals quantum states. You don't need to believe in an entity, a deity, something outside of yourself to know that you exist for a reason. You are made up of subatomic particles that are entangled to all things. If you conduct electricity, you are connected. That's why I like the scientific approach and the metaphysical approach, because there are things in the unseen universe that still have yet to be proved to exist, but yet still exist. Many moons ago, they had no idea about what quantum shit is. Subatomic particles, they're just discovering new states of material shit. I did a tap dance to that song. Clearing debts. Your self-care involves removing the heavy burden of financial and emotional debts. Thank you. From this life. You already feel lighter and freer just by facing this topic and making a plan to clear present obligations and avoid future ones as well. Well, I can only do so much. As we see, I work hard every day. I'm showing up for myself every day. I'm creating every day. I'm putting myself out there every day. I don't know how much harder I could work. I still haven't got back. Any of the part-time jobs I applied for have not gotten back to me after even emailing them back. Amy is just awakening. She's always been awake, but more on a subconscious level. Amy's doing some her and her hubby are doing lots of leaps and bounds. And I'm hoping that if Tara has the animal psychic back again in the future, that Amy can come on and join us there. She has a shit ton of cats she takes care of. Amy and her husband had some she talks to me all the time about some crazy experiences she has. Oklahoma, you got some crazy shit around there. I'm very proud of Amy. And if it wasn't because of little Thor, she wouldn't be here. So my ploy of little Thor worked. Because most of the subscribers on my channel are from little Thor. Seraphil, heart of devotion. Let the cup of your heart be filled through commitment and dedication. Zadokil, karmic release. It's time to release what's holding you back and step into a more radiant self. I know I'm doing that now. Heniel, embraced by love. Let love reach where it has never reached before. I love myself. Now I'm waiting to find an outside expression to love me as the same way back. Or close to it. It doesn't need to be exact. That's the one thing in dance I've never learned was country. I could tap dance, I could samba, I could cha-cha, I could waltz, I could do point, jazz, lyrical, contemporary, modern, hip hop, step dance. Like, I do a lot, but never country. I can't. Sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of you country music listeners out there. Can't do it. Not my jive. I listen to a lot of music, but I can't do, I don't know why. It doesn't jive with my brain. Sitting on the road. Nah. My mom, I think that's what my dad tainted me with jazz music. My dad was a jazz aficionado. I can't do jazz either. My dad had 6,000 jazz CDs. He used to collect them. Can't. Mm-mm. The closest thing I can listen to is the skeet. Skip it up, 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 up. I could do that. Otherwise, mm-mm. My mom liked country, but she liked Motown. So I could do the oldies, Motown, and the classics. Can't do country. I listen to extreme forms of heavy metal. The pig grinding noises, the screeching. I listen to black metal, that satanic stuff. Um, I love heavy metal, heavy metal, not the crazy. Can't do it. Cannibal Corpse, Deicide, love you. Um, I listen to Icelandic folk, like Wardruna, Heilong, Donham. There's a bunch of them. I love Viking music, the folk music, the indigenous music. Love that. I love Native American flutes. Like I said, I can listen to hip hop and rap. Not my favorite stuff. Certain people. Um, Industrial dance, drum and bass, rave music. I can get down on that. But otherwise, oh, an ascended master, El Moira. Spiritual force field, protective light is surrounding you. You are safe. Hilarion, divine emergence. Be seen, let the world know your gifts. Look at that beautiful green ray. Joan of Arc, sacred activist. Do not be afraid. Stand up for your beliefs. Okay. The one instrument, if little Odin Cat got his wish, I would love to learn banjo. I love the banjo, but just the banjo. I want to learn so bad because I like plucking at strings. I'm better at bass, but I'm not a good guitar player. Can't do strings that well. Um, I mean, I learned trumpet and flute. I suck at clarinet. I've tried the clarinet, not a, can't do the clarinet. Can't do saxophone either. I've tried that. Violin, I have with the arthritis, I get stiff and it's hard for me to move. Mhm. I'm gonna do a few more chords and then I have to peace out because I gotta wake up stupid early in the morning. I still have to pack the rest of my car and then make sure everything is packed for me to bring there tomorrow. Hi, beautiful people. I can't, I've tried learning piano, like, so in elementary school, the kids learn piano. The kids got their own piano, like keyboard. And I had to sit there and learn how to play. I wasn't that terrible. In the high school that I subbed at, I learned the flute. I like the kalimba. I did trumpet in elementary school. I was not good at it at all. Jewel. Every event in life presents us with a new opportunity to experience even greater love. There is a jewel to be found within every teardrop. Trust. We are angels are guiding the current events. This is a time in which you and those close to you will emerge strengthened by ever-grading bonds of love. Trust. There is nothing to fear. There is only love. Expression. Express how you feel clearly, lovingly, and honestly without fear or judgment. Say it exactly like it is. Oh, I do. All will be restored when you express to others how you truly feel. Trust in the power of life to guide you and heal all concerned. Self-expression is liberating and healing. That it is. I honestly hope so too. I'm bringing in like the little signs that I made. Like I didn't finish this one, but like all these little signs I epoxied last night, so they're drying. Um, because of the table size that I had to buy a table. Um, it's not as big as my other one, so I'm not bringing like all the stuff, and I might probably won't put out all the stuff that I bring. That's awesome, El Sunray. That's amazing. I love that. For what I know about my birth family, my great grandfather Primus was a bootlegger in Georgia, Alabama, and the Carolinas. He's a bootlegger, moonshiner. Um, my adoptive family, my grandfather came over from Poland. He made hats. I actually have one of the hats that he made. I forgot what fur he used, but I won't wear it because PETA will be after me. Um, I have two of his hats. He used to do hats, make hats. What is that called? He did hats. He made hats out of furs. Um, love you, Amy. I have to get to sleep. I have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. Bray's going up crazy upstairs. Haberdashery. There we go. My other grandfather, my dad's dad, he lived in Russia. Don't know what he did. Probably a communist. Probably a commie. What areas of your life are you avoiding? Are you causing your upset, worry, disrupted sleep? If so, there are areas in your life that need focus on. As much as you don't want it, it is necessary. Tackle your demons head on. Don't allow them to rule you for a second longer. I would love to tackle my demons. I have already. Like I said, if you saw my bank account, it is scary. Scary. Don't know how my bills are being paid, and I don't get paid for the week off that I'm having. Thank God for YouTube and some of you who help. And I am very blessed and thankful and appreciative to many of you who go out of your way to helping me. Seriously. Don't lose sight of this truth. You came here to evolve and grow. It is necessary to experience the difficult times. That is when you will grow most. Yes, we know. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Be proud of your journey. Yeah, that tunnel is when I pass and transcend. And I'm just being realistic. Go back to the heart of who you truly are. There you will find peace. Look at your life in its entirety. Acknowledge any old wounds and then release them. Use what they taught you as added strength. Keep moving forward with a renewed sense of confidence. Count all of your blessings, even the small ones. Show gratitude and appreciation for all that you have in your life and all that has yet to come into your life. Your best days are still ahead of you. Isn't there a wonderful thought? Isn't that a wonderful thought? And it's true. As much as I complain, because I don't like doing it, I really don't. It's a waste of energy, but it's plausible in 3D. I wrote some very difficult fucking bullshit for my life that needs to stop. Like, I just, hi, source, hi. The billions of other me's out there. Can I just have an easy flowing second end of my life? The first half was batshit nuts. Can I at least like enjoy something out of my life? Because it's nothing but death, loss, and destruction. And that's just not with wanting people to pass over, but just about everybody I know passed over. It is, yeah, Gregory, it is. It's venting. You know, I took my own advice and I did a challenge for myself to see and this is where like the old self like left for good. Bye. I actually can look back to say, wow, how much I've done to get this far, and I'm grateful for it. And I really am. Like, I moved all by myself. I packed up a truck. I had help. I paid people. And I moved to a place I'd never been before. I lived in a hotel that was so out of my comfort zone. It was ridiculous how uncomfortable I was, but I did it. I got a house and I put all the furniture together and did all the work myself. I've come a very long way. The old self would have done it. I would have done myself away for a long time ago. I'm not joking. I can go back into my journals and talk about the darkness. I've always lived in the darkness. I'm finally taking in the light and saying, well, I'm going to own it now. But I've been this way since a little kid. I always have to work 25 million times harder than other people to achieve something that takes somebody a fucking snap. Me, it takes years to achieve one little thing. But as you get older, it's like this stuff shouldn't be this hard or this difficult to achieve anymore. I get the steps as a kid, having to take a year and a day to get something. I understand that. because you're learning different strategies. But at least at my age, it shouldn't have to be this difficult. For as much effort as I'm expending out, I should be getting something back from myself. As much as I say I define success differently, can I say in a higher density form of thinking, yeah, I'm very successful. I have overcome a shit ton. And I think everybody in the group too has overcome adversities that other people would never even fathom to overcome. But at what point do you see the happy ending? And I don't need a happy ending. I just want to be content. I want to be able to pay my bills. I put so much work and effort into everything that I do, and I've never received the material success to be content. I don't need to be a millionaire. I don't need to make six figures. I just want my basic needs met. I work really hard to really get barely anything back besides having to vent every week and go, holy crap. I'm done with that. And I don't want it. That's all I want to be is comfortable. I want to be able to like I would love to get you know how many tattoos I owe my pets? But tattoos are costly. I can't even get new teeth. I can't get dentures. I can't afford it. I can't get glasses. I can't afford it. If it wasn't for some of you in the chat, I couldn't eat. I'm not making a joke. Food stamps is fucking around with me. So I can't rely on anything besides putting it out there in the universe and having the response back. It's sad. And this happened the same way in New York. When I lost everything, I had less of an audience. And all the chats that I was in, I was crying out for help. I was hangry. You can go back 3 years ago and watch some of my videos. I was fucking angry because that shouldn't have never happened. That there was no assistance anywhere, government or not. You know who helped me? The people that were on welfare, people who got SNAP benefits. Those are the people that really helped me. The people that had all the money hoarded it. My best friend and his family has a concrete business and lives in a freaking fantastic, beautiful mansion. Used to spend all the holidays at their house. My bestie, he was bestie, had so much. And his family did nothing to help me, knowing my circumstances. If I quit, I'm dead. Because honestly, I am not going to live out on the street. I can't do it. And not because of pride or anything. There's just no way. I had people, and even now, like my teacher, because of her circumstances, they're also not the best. When they get extra food or they don't eat certain things because when her son has allergies, she gives me like stuff. It's here and there in the next place, but I've been close. After seeing what I've seen in my life with New York homelessness and even up here, unless I had a tent, there's no way. Deplorable, that's my whole life. And up until a certain point. And it's not from it's from people I don't expect it from. The people who I have put myself out for, who I have helped financially when I had it, because when I have it, I give it. I'm not lying. I've given thousands, 10,000s of dollars to people when I had it, to people that I knew needed it the most. And the energy exchange is not anywhere near where it could be, if at all. Lesson learned. And I hate to say it like that or be mean about it, but I have put myself out there and given thousands of dollars to people with no expectations of anything, any money, any monetary like thing back. I'm not, it's a gift. But when someone like myself hits hard times, wouldn't you want to help the person that helped you in major ways? You don't have to help me financially. There's many other avenues of help that one could do. And that's what really stings more than anything else. It stings. When I do events here locally, you know, I'm by myself. I'm a soldier of one. Or people forget. It sucks. It does. It sucks. But then I just know where to put my energy and effort in and where it needs to draw and wane. Oh, deplorable, trust me. If it wasn't for my adoptive parents, I wouldn't be here. That's the one thing, sacrificing my early 20s and early 30s to take care of my parents. I've really sacrificed all of that time that I could have been out making a career for myself, bettering my life in early terms, having a family of my own and having the security. Could have happened or couldn't have happened, but I wasn't available for that energy to come into me because I was busy literally taking care of my mom. Yeah, Bob, if you're still on, this is sexy, sexy, sexy. There needs to be, I wish they would have been paying people like us to take care of our parents, because I think now there is programs that you can get paid for for taking care of your parent. When my mom was alive, I had to take her to the doctor's appointments. I had to get the mail, do the garbage, cook her dinner, take her to the bathroom, wash her, do her physical therapy, and I worked a job. It was not easy. I did not get paid by the government to take care of my mom. I wish at back then I would have not needed to work a job because it would have paid enough. But it's hard to live on a budget and pay bills. Aurora of Gamma. Don't worry, YouTube. Her bits are covered. That's for you, Bob. That's insane. See, that's another problem. What is classified as too much money? Because I own my home, it's a problem getting resources when you have nothing. Just because I own my home doesn't mean jack squat. I have bills to pay. In inflation, gas just went up to 3.30 here. $3.30. Please explain to me how any of this is getting better anytime soon. We've been in the suffering for over 4 years. It is time to let go of what has been. You are swiftly outgrowing your past. Explore and commit to a spiritual practice that supports your personal transformation so that you can cross the threshold before now. Excuse me. Embrace your freedom to be creative in your approach rather than doggedly committing yourself to your previous ideas or plans. You have the spiritual intelligence necessary to evolve. Continue your healing journey with trust that a positive outcome is imminent. Aurora is the Roman goddess of the dawn, the bringer of light, an interix of a new cycle or chapter in your life. That's a lot of us. Luminous dispeller of darkness, and the flickering flame of hope in the heart that can burn into such a radiant holy fire that even the greatest challenges do not cause the soul to turn away in fear. Oh no, we've been all of us have been facing our demons each and every day. Her presence in a reading signifies a fresh start in overcoming an old cycle. Gamma waves are a high frequency, typically 40 hertz in humans, but higher levels with hypergamma oscillating at 100 hertz. So tap into that if you can handle it. As our world around us becomes increasingly complex, the capacity for superior processing is swiftly becoming necessary for the spiritual, emotional, psychological, and even physical well-being of humanity. There is a strong link between spiritual practices such as meditation and the production of gamma waves. When we experience a heightened state of spiritual awareness, an expansive sense of being, or a powerful connection with the universal spirit, our brain is in gamma mode. Shifting our gray matter gears into gamma waves can facilitate the breaking up of stagnant modes of thinking and behaving. Humans who are stuck in the patterns repeated the same stories, the same words, the same thoughts over and over, as though on a loop, the soul can begin to wither within such constriction. What is needed is something new and increasingly alive, such as the life-stimulating grace of encounters with the unfamiliar. Connection to gamma waves can enhance our capacity to embrace the unfamiliar, and through the openness of being, construct adaptation and enhancement. Aurora of gamma indicates a shift in a new cycle, but also the growing presence of the light within, which is the creative light of spirit. Tuning in to the light opens up options for living soulfully, away from the grip of ignorance, no longer constantly ensnared by the compelling but ultimately fraudulent conjurations of ego. Her new era is an inner transformation with positive external consequences. Trust in what your inner light is manifesting in your heart and in our world. Chicken drop. My eyes are blurry. That's so true, Miss Christina. And that's a system that I've been trying to avoid for a long time. They denied me because of this. I couldn't get food stamps or unemployment. I couldn't get gas and electric assistance. And they could care less about if you could pay your bills or not. Just give them, give them, give them. And then they'll add interest on when you can't pay them. Can't wait to find out what my property taxes are. Hopefully they're not anything. But once again, here we are. And unfortunately, my debt is high because I had no choice but to live off my credit cards. Not because I bought luxurious items or bought a car or new teeth. It's because I had to live. My bills were paid on credit cards. And then, researching into consolidation before I even look into bankruptcy, consolidation of your credit, these companies still increase the interest rate on what you're paying them back. So sure, do I need to consolidate? I only have I'm trying to pay down as much as I possibly. I paid one credit card down. That was one I was attached with my mother to. That's done. I did one. The other three, that's what I'm living on. And they're all maxed, they're just about maxed out. It's not because I'm buying some crazy shit. I'm living off of them. Not because I want to. It is what it is. That's how most people are accumulating debt because they have no other choice. Jobs are not paying the increase of inflation. Credit. I mean, that's why I never took out the mortgage on a house because I rather just have the utilities, but even that went up sky high. And I'm not talking just for myself, I'm talking for about everybody. I'm hoping this new timeline is where we see our JG Wentworth $5,000 check. We want it now, just to alleviate something. Um, Mr. Roger, yes, I will make it out somehow. I think all of us will. I would be okay making 17 an hour if my bills weren't so high, right? And the food prices are insane. You see, yeah, and I agree with you, Christina. My whole thing though with the movement, with the projection that people do, I can't listen to it anymore. The false hope. We keep shifting timelines, so our better and best is gonna come, but that shifts how things are gonna run and turn out time-wise in linear space. And we're always saying it's for the children, but they're the ones heavily affected when parents can't make enough money to feed them. When you have to decide when to put gas in your car if you're getting to work that day, if you're putting your heat on or your electric on. These are things that we shouldn't even have to worry about. And at some point, it has to give somewhere. And it's really affecting the children. The transition is going to happen, but it was already planned out. Why isn't it being smoother? If we're all concerned about the kids, that means all of them, not just the ones it's the ones up here also trying to thrive and live. Can't thrive and live when you don't have healthy food in the house. You can't thrive or live when parents can't pay the bills and there's fighting all the time in the house because it's just being made to be impossible. And then you have other people who get whatever they want from the government and they don't have to work. It doesn't make any sense. It's been years now, and we shouldn't have to all be scraping by with putting our ultimate effort into everything. Foods are garbage these days, but even the semi-healthy food is exponentially even more expensive. I can't even find lemons that look okay because I love lemon water. Go find a good lemon around here. It wasn't our time yet. I don't know if they were dumbing us down or it was the fact that humanity wasn't ready to remove the negativity out of their lives. And then there's many of us who are already on the higher timelines waiting and waiting because we can't go anywhere without the rest of them. So things had to be sped up and slowed down and sped up and slowed down. That's what a time dilation is. One day, hopefully soon, I will have a new career. I will be creating art, still doing this, and living my happiest and enjoyous life. I'm putting that out there. I've been putting it out there for a long time. Maybe it's this time that my hopes and aspirations that I've worked really hard for turn out positive this time. I can only hope. But I can't force anybody to hire me. I can't do any more than what I am putting and throwing every inch of my effort into. I mean, I have a stack of cards this big already of things that I need to like retain so I could pass a test. I bought a textbook that I am heavily highlighting and going over my textbooks at home, like the one right there on the floor, looking at the movements and refreshing my brain. I'm writing curriculum. So it's not like I'm not putting the efforts in on top of working a full-time job, getting bit with rug burn and bruises all over my body. This just finally healed. I had a big black and blue mark right here from a headbutt. I honestly I'm only eating really once a day. I've been snacking, but like I eat school food. That's my free meal. When I get home, I'll make something small, but I like to make something that I have for the next few days. So if I make pasta, I'll make enough that I have for a few days that I can heat it up every day. But that's really all I have to eat with my supplements because they take a lot, and I wanted to say very, very badly, but I did put it into my interview letter that like I'm barely able to feed myself. I need another job. And I don't think they want to lose me. They see the potential that I have and the experience that I have, you know. So I'm doing everything that I can every day, showing up for myself, putting the positive energy in. I know today I was holding that little child and just feeding love and light into her body. I mean, Roger, my old self would have said, F this, I'm going back on substances and I'm not going to give a rat's ass. And I would have probably ended up in a home or a psycho bin, a loony bin. Girl interrupted. I would have been in one of those books. That's how seriously mentally messed up I was as a kid. You're funny, Ivy. Well, guys, I gotta get ready to go to sleep. I have a lot to do in the morning. Gosh, I could talk for hours, and I would love to, but tomorrow's gonna be extremely busy. So tomorrow, make sure I'm gonna I have the link I have to send to myself. I will post it in my show notes. after the video uploads. So if you want to join Zoom tomorrow, it'll be on my links. I will also drop the link to the show I will be on tomorrow at 6 Eastern, 5 Central with Arnie and Janine. I'm really excited. Sunday, I will see how I'm feeling. I've tried to sleep in a little bit. We'll see. But I'll try to get a paint and sip and member only video for all of you amazing supporters. Thank you so much. Sending each and every one of you love like a passion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulder. Be the lighthouse. Sprinkle and seed your truths. Chicken! Don't forget the chicken or parrot. Chicken. Thank you, everybody. I hope I have good luck tomorrow and I sell some stuff. I'm excited. There's a lot of vendors though. Have a great and blessed night or morning or day, wherever you are. Love to all of you in the chat. Thank you for your support, your love, your light, your help, your abundance, all of that fun stuff. I'm going to drop some emojis before I leave. I love these cats in the boxes. I will see you guys on the next one. So, last remarks. I will not be upset if you don't show up for Craft and Sip because I know Jason is now going to do Tuesdays. I'm not changing my day. You can simultaneously or come here. I won't be upset. I don't judge. So just to put that out there, I know Jason is going to go live now on Tuesdays on the same time that I go live. I won't be upset. But I hope you all still continue to support me on Fridays. Sending each and every one of you light. Have a great day. Have a great night. And I will report back my awesome day tomorrow. Till next one, guys.